Wow. What a dumb thing to do.
Oh yeah, I need to get the
Gates and the altitude of the gates, I'm finding harder.
Yeah, the gates are actually going our way.
But the track layout is really good. It's not. Accurate. Qualifier track set up.
Everyone who's not a member of GMAC, it's a thing. So,
Yeah, because it's knocked off one of the buttons. So I just have to use the top button, and then I have to go through.
anyone who's not a GMAC member?
Damn it, I need. Oh, a little bit. You seen Doris picture, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I've not seen that before.
Yeah, one cell is smaller than the others.
I've never seen that before. Not
Well,
battery.
says like I swear I charged back the storage last time, so the fact it's still drop. B5's not big.
Yeah.
We'll see soon if it's just my charger or not. Sometimes the charger stops early.
Terrible video across the board.
You don't have the charge.
One cell, so all cells will be like 7.4,
Yep.
3.7.4, and the one is 3.7.
Your video is terrible, Tom.
Mine is.
Someone's actually spilling out over you, on top of you.
Probably Gabe, as he changes channels.
Gabe, you on the right channel?
No, it's not even down.
Nope. Race 2.
Probably change after.
You know you're not on your channel, yeah? Not flying by the screen.
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know, there's amateurs just want to press a button.
Well, it is understandable. I'm just saying. It's appropriate. Like you zero. Ah. Oh, your video's good.
Ranger, you got that video? Alright.
New pilot.
Is that?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet
Oh,
you.
is that dead stick? That's a very. It's not dead stick, is it? Or is it dead stick?
It's pretty quiet.
That's like a
Okay, it's not dead stick. It's just super quiet.
We're going to get a bit of clacking.
It's still going down.
clacking?
Is it dead stick? Or has it got power?
Yeah,
Oh, no, it's got power for sure.
really quiet.
Yeah, no.
Just so you guys know, where the pilot flag is at the end, that's the
Yeah.
you don't want to crash it.
The whole side is
And please don't hit into start finish gate.
a little
move.
Oh, that was you who...
No crashing into start finish gate, please.
How's it start work? You just go straight into the gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, straight into the gate.
And don't reset halfway through. Always do the whole track. No missing elements. Otherwise, messes up timing.
Yeah. Okay, everyone ready?
Arm your quads.
Well,
Starting on the tone in less than 5. Pole shot BMS Thomas 1.97. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 8.81. IQ 0 1 lap in 8.72. Granger FPV 1 lap in 12.8. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 16.6. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 24.8. IQ 0 3 laps in 23.93. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 22.98. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.46. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 21.94. Granger FPV 3 laps in 40.17. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.9. Granger FPV 3 laps in 37.12. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.81. Granger FPV 3 laps in 33.67. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.49. Granger FPV 3 laps in 27.47. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.52. Granger FPV 3 laps in 26.6. Granger FPV 3 laps in 26.39.
Should be okay. As long as you're on the channel. When we do race events, we can't do DVI.
Yeah, I know.
So this is
Race over.
it might be something.
Yeah, I just want to like try to. Did it
Yeah,
take
yeah,
off
like you
and
will
then
do.
not work or what? Because this like took off.
No, well, that's the whole thing. It's what you should do, like, it's not, you need to sign the book as a visitor.
Okay, yeah.
And
Took off fine once I got
Next up round 1 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7, BMS Paul on R8.
Better than charge.
How was the track?
It was good, yeah. I just gotta get comfortable and get flying.
Ranger, do you like this little fancy thing?
yeah, just find a table anywhere. Mish, can choose you want to fly?
I think this thing flies alright and says it's shaking hands.
No, I'm going to sit down.
Because you plug the 6 cell in, it switches to 6 cell trigger. Yeah.
It is a touch ball.
Just 4 in this group?
Yeah, just
To be honest, you might actually have to throttle it up. I don't remember if I built it within, because you can pull power and you add it from
I think this just needs another key.
don't bring out my laptop. Someone else's laptop. You might have a stage that's on the
As soon as you plugged in.
yeah, he's not on. You need to be on race 7, yeah.
Right, where do we go for start?
Just in the start gate whenever you're ready. This is time trial, so you can take your time.
I'm just testing the quad out anyway. This thing's not fast.
No, he's unplugged, so he's going to be sitting out this one. Okay, everyone ready? Still?
You look clean here.
Looks clean here on F2. Yeah, I think.
If you want to I'm good now. Okay, good.
Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Hole shot Mish 2.33.
Wrong gate there,
Oh,
miss.
that's, yeah, okay. That's not the start finish gate.
Mish 1 lap in 8.64.
Quad sounds fine.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.77.
Mad shaky.
Third I 1 lap in 18.25. BMS Paul 2 laps in 20.74. Mish 1 lap in 23.76. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.18. Third I 2 laps in 32.05. Mish 2 laps in 34.74. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.56. Third I 3 laps in 44.17. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.84.
Camera's like, I think the quad flies well, but the camera's shaky.
Third I 3 laps in
I felt like it was fine, but I think it
37.96.
needs- I pulled that camera.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.28.
Yeah, it's a predator.
Yeah, those bloody things, those lenses.
Third I 3 laps in 34.8.
An internal camera.
BMS Paul 3 laps in
'Cause it sounds good,
28.65.
I remember that quad flying well before.
I don't remember. They did a 27.1, I think.
So fucking
Almost there.
Third I 3 laps in 34.24.
We're down to 9s already.
Oh, that's not bad. 27.8.
Anyway, I'm happy that I'm trying.
Race over.
It's still limited, but I don't know why.
I mean, you're on 1600 kb, 27.
How are ya? Hey, mate. So, where is everyone? Where's Noah?
Next up round 1 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Sexa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4, Mr. C on R7.
I'll tell them both. What are they doing? Girlfriends? Yeah, do it. But you get smashed on every race day. You can only dream. When was the last time you built one?
Don't start the next race yet.
What did you do?
It did look pretty good.
How's it flying? It looked like it was
It flies really well. It's just, it is, I'm pretty sure it's the camera. Hey, you watch the video, you just
like,
on the
couldn't
landing
even see
pad.
on the camera.
On the landing pad, it's like, I'm like, the quad can't be shaking. It's on the ground.
How did you just call?
Yeah, I just went too slow through there. You know, quick check. Too smooth, bit too close. But no, it's actually good. Like the quad's good. If I had a nice camera in it, I think it'd feel smooth. This camera's kind of ruining the experience a bit. No, it's not actually. This is one of mine. High quality. Yeah, Granger's quad. I brought it, but I don't know what's wrong with it. Nah, this one's an old one I've had dead mainboard for a while, and I put a board in from another quad a few weeks ago. And I flew it again, and I'm like, this is not right, but it sounds fine, and I'm almost 100% sure it's
That stack will be
lens.
pushing 10 years old soon.
Yeah, I've got a few.
Oh my god, I love
Yeah,
it so
and it
much.
kind of sticks out a little. It's good though. I mean, I hit some things with this quad back in the day, and right. I just need to get another camera for it, or another lens. It must be. The lens the lens must be broken, because if you watch, even on the launch pad, then if you watch on the launch pad when I tilt, you can see it shaking. It's like the quad can't be shaking; it's attached to the ground. It's got to be the camera.
And all the board inside.
Yeah, I think I've opened this one up. Maybe I opened up another shaky one, and I checked it, and the board was fine.
Okay.
I can't remember if it was this one I opened up.
Yeah, I had an issue with that too. I'm like,
Yeah, it's like my quad. Because it felt like it was controlling right in my thumbs, but it feels shaky. I'll keep flying it for a bit longer because it's flying well. It's just we had a new camera next to my door. Oh, that's disgusting.
yeah, that's the trouble with those.
Yeah.
Pods. I used to have something that goes across there.
Yep. I'll get some. Probably gonna get the game and Sam's frame soon.
Oh, it's ready?
That stack same thing right.
Yep.
That would change one.
Live, to hit live. And then, yeah. So, okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
How's your video, Chris?
Whole shot Archmajo 1.52. Marzi 1 lap in 12.14. Papa C 1 lap in 15.51. Archmajo 1 lap in 20. Marzi 2 laps in 22.57. Sexa 1 lap in 24.14. Papa C 2 laps in 31.3. Marzi 3 laps in 37.93. Archmajo 2 laps in 42.86. Papa C 3 laps in 44.68. Sexa 2 laps in 44.17. Marzi 3 laps in 38.72. Papa C 3 laps in 41.92. Marzi 3 laps in 41.29. Sexa 3 laps in 62.85. Archmajo 3 laps in 77.06. Marzi 3 laps in 38.69.
No.
Sexa 3 laps in 60.04. Papa C 3 laps in 44.34. Marzi 3 laps in 44.76.
Are you in our group?
Papa C 3 laps in 44.28.
Come, I'll get the groups.
Marzi 3 laps in 44.32.
No, I mean, I'm fine. I'm not just curious.
Papa C 3 laps in 38.29. 60 seconds remaining.
What will you do, like 6 poles?
It'll be 6 piles at National. I don't know what the track's
Race
going to be.
band.
We don't even know what the track's
Papa
going to
C 3 laps in 37.07.
Qualifier track, yeah.
It'll be a big track.
You wouldn't run 6 people on this track, no way. 4 people is
Well,
the
we just did it.
We shouldn't really do 5 because it's actually designed for 4. Just keep that in mind. Sorry?
30 seconds remaining.
Hey, Chris, what channel are you on? Race Band 7.
Should be Fat Shark too.
No. Race 7. Race. I was going to walk it. Too late now.
Race over.
Sorry, what I'll do. So put, I don't know.
Let me ask Ken. Hey Ken,
Yeah.
what channel can we get cleared for DJI flying?
Good question.
I have no idea what the DJI frequencies are, so I don't know what to
Yeah,
expect.
I know what they are. They actually line up sort of similar to. See if it's on like DJI 25 meg, it's actually very similar to Race Band. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, okay,
I'm thinking maybe like DJI 8.
okay.
But I'm not really sure. But it doesn't really matter. Like even
Are they going up
even,
separate or?
well, it'll have to be separate. Like or that channel, even if it's like
I think the channel will be any channel, they'll give you a separate.
actually go on. I think
Ah, very cool.
I'm thinking channel 1, and that'll take out Race Band 1.
And he'll need to stand away as well, won't he?
Stand away. What do you mean?
Yeah, I heard that like DJI guys need to kind of stand away from his.
Oh, okay. It's probably like.
So if we have everyone here, maybe him over there.
R7R8, please.
R7R8, please. So I was saying that you said please.
Yes, please.
And you're already on those channels.
Thank you
I
very
guess I
much.
can come right there. Maybe
Any advice for James Steele, do you? Do you have any advice for James Steele?
maybe Chris can change. So what are we doing?
Yeah, I switched to channel 1 now.
now, yeah. If you want to just have a fly now.
Okay.
Hey Chris. We'll lock it in. We'll lock it into maybe like race 1. Maybe race 1. How's that?
Dijo's going up now, is that right?
Yeah, he's going up now by himself. For now, yeah, I'm absolutely positive. For now, the next one you're going to right this second. Oh yeah.
I'm not going to do it with the bloody phone because I saved it and it seemed to get stuck between the band.
Yeah.
Grip one up next.
Yeah. Yeah, DJI drone is flying at the moment. I wonder what. Are we getting anything? No, we're not getting anything.
You do like an old channel check. It'd be interesting to see whether it picks it up.
Let's see as it goes through.
It's on a band of its own, isn't it?
Yeah, not sure what channel he's on at the moment. But we can't. I don't know, they'll do. You know what you got? What your other time was?
I got a 28 something on the watch, 27 something.
Yeah, you got 27. I mean, your
27.11.
27.11.
I need to go under 26 to beat the Japanese pilot.
Okay.
There's a Japanese pilot on the leaderboard now. I need to beat him.
So what happened with Lexi?
Probably decided the flight's too expensive. I mean, flights were ridiculously expensive. They wanted me to get them a quote for price to come to Sydney, Brisbane and back.
Yeah.
And it was going to cost between 2,500 to 3,000 something for me and Thomas to go up and back, which is ridiculous. With all the prices marked up for the school holidays, Army ended up just buying the tickets themselves for us. And they paid like $200 each way for the same flights.
Oh, wow.
What about
flight? She's in Adelaide, yeah?
Who? She's in Adelaide, yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Is Thomas the group next?
Yeah. Okay, let's go to...
Next up round 2 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
I do that sometimes, don't I? Scratching.
I'm actually stuck in one throat.
My throat's just dead.
Using beta flag rates. You know what they are?
It's like 1.03 for one of them, and then 0.71, yeah. 0.71, yeah. Oh, 0.71 is in the sim, but 0.72 is what it was in real life, yeah.
Haha!
How come you use actual rates for it?
Well, because I'm not using your rates, I'm using just 1.0.7 and simplified your rates pretty much. Stock beta flight rates.
Wait, but I usually better than 4.3. They do just actual.
It's stock actual. I have to physically change it back to beta flight rates to use it. I prefer beta flight rates. I don't know what to say.
The way they communicate the same.
I know, like the end curve is the same, but the way I tinker with it, I like beta flight rates.
Also, you work for mine and then you modify it.
Okay.
No, I just tried yours,
Ah.
and that caused me to want to change my own.
Ah. So what do you got now?
Okay.
Wait, max rate?
F4.
At the edge?
666.
Okay. Wow. Remember? Yeah. And the center you were in
I'll get like a 667, 665.
It doesn't matter. What is 666? We did one 666 where you didn't crash. Every other one straight after the 666 was a crash. We do not do 666. If you do a 666, I'm going to yell it out to you. If you do a 666, I'm going to yell it out to you. Slow down.
They're like a different plastic.
Did you fly that prop last time? How were they?
I'm absolutely for the rest of the day. I'm not turning it off. Somehow
It feels a lot like the
I'm
Sim.
good to go.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, get out there, guys.
For you.
Oh, we?
Wait,
Oh, okay.
oh,
He's
you're
ready.
there.
This was ready.
It's ready now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's fun. I like fun.
It's a good track, isn't it? Yeah.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone, stand down and disarm. Race start cancelled.
Small. But in real life, it's a lot of fun.
Hurry up Granger FPV. Hurry up BMS Thomas. Hurry up IQ Zero. Hurry up Godzilla.
I'm not sure how. We're getting any video on.
Hurry up BMS Thomas.
If I want to race, I will change to the end. Can I use the HD for that?
HD0, as long as you bring your own receiver, then we can.
Oh, okay.
You give us a HDMI.
Okay.
After this it'll be big.
See, the Jack goes
Another
and get
couple
it
weeks, so I should get time to pull up.
and I digital.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah.
Path ready?
Good.
Anyone trying to like race?
You good, Granger? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.86. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.08. IQ 0 1 lap in 8.09. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.97. IQ 0 2 laps in 15.29. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.46. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.13. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.75. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.02. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.3. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.93. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.11. Godzilla 3 laps in 29.17.
You're an 18.9 again.
That was good, Gabe. You
Godzilla
did a
3 laps in
30.21.
30.21.
So that's when you want to do what? This time.
Nah.
Yeah, you kept on getting 666 over and over again.
Grr.
It's a good crash on that.
My goggles were fogging up. That's the problem. Which is weird because I had my fan on.
Yeah, there's only once you did a 666 and it didn't crash. You did 666.
Race over.
Those are some pretty consistent lap times. 6.8, 6.7,
Missed
6.7,
third eye
6.6.
cheese.
Slowly honing it down.
Next up round 2 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Chiz on R7, BMS Paul on R8.
Anytime you disarm, you always drop just a tiny bit. I all the way down, stay on until I'm completely steady, and then I finally. But I don't know if it's just because less power is more confidence.
Ranger. First on the book.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the book.
On the book, guys. Anyone who's not GMAC.
Are you not doing your job properly, Ken? Are you not doing your job properly?
Hey, Doc.
Certainly, because I'm here that you started going, come on, sign the
No,
book.
I've been saying it the whole time. These are no emissions.
I'm just giving you the other shit. Trying to warm up.
Brought myself handbrake. I do have.
Is that running on
Yeah,
live code?
no, it's running on a free cell.
It wouldn't be that much.
I converted mine to run live code.
Okay, pilots ready.
I'll solder up the barrel.
Come on, Mish. Goggles down.
Goggles are down.
Okay, that's good enough.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
On this one,
Whole shot BMS Paul 2.62.
Sorry?
It's anyone who's not a GMAC member.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.03. Mish 1 lap in 15.42. Third eye 1 lap in 18.43. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.83. Mish 2 laps in 26.85. Third eye 2 laps in 30.39. BMS Paul 3 laps in 31.8. Mish 3 laps in 39.01. BMS Paul 3 laps in 34.2. Chiz 3 laps in 43.89. Mish 3 laps in 34.66. Third eye 3 laps in 51.83. BMS Paul 3 laps in 38.59. Mish 3 laps in 33.64. Third eye 3 laps in 44.28. BMS Paul 3 laps in 36.19. Mish 3 laps in 31.89. Third eye 3 laps in 42.67. BMS Paul 3 laps in 33.01. Third eye 3 laps in 31.33. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.37.
Okay. Oh, 2 laps at about the same time. Right.
Race over. Next up round 2 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Sexa on R2, Marzi on F4.
Yeah, after this one, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we might even try you. If you want to, like, what channel?
Channel 1?
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, maybe next round we can try to see how it interferes. Because you might be able to slow the way you pull it definitely makes
I can change
huge difference, not guessing. Yeah. Yeah, if you go into like maybe like R2.
R2? I change to R2?
Yeah. Change to like channel 2. And we'll just try. This is stream, this is check. This is stream. Yeah.
Next up round 2 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Sexa on R2, Marzi on F4.
Craig, if you're ready, you can go in this one if you want.
Have you put yourself in a group yet?
No, not yet. I will soon. As soon as we know, like the, are you guys going to be ready to go?
I'm ready to go.
Might get you, yeah, we'll get you in the next one.
What time were you on last time? What did you do?
I got a 31, oh something.
31.0 is enough to qualify easily. All you've got to do, the only thing you've got to do is smoothen up. I think what you were doing last time, you're going up and down a lot.
Yeah, I know.
You're spending more time like there, just focus on the line more than anything else.
It was just at one. I went from like 35 seconds to 31.
I'd won the army cadets. I was sending it right. I won a better trained one. You know what I mean? And are we like or not?
Yeah,
yeah. I just got him to ease up and slow down, and all these lap times start dropping down. And also he's doing like 5-second laps. I'm going, don't go any faster. Don't go any, and also like 11-second laps. Don't go any faster. You know what I mean? Just the lines got better and better. I've got to do that. Yeah.
That's a try. I'll do one or two good laps. I couldn't get 3 to get us 2. Okay. Are we ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Oh wow.
Whole shot Papa C 3.92.
Wow. That's really fancy.
Papa C 1 lap in 13.97. Archmajo 1 lap in 16.2.
You can tell like their throttle position, like depending on how what the profs are doing.
Yeah.
Papa C 2 laps in 26.64. Archmajo 2 laps in 32.02. Papa C 3 laps in 38.43.
That was a loose prop.
Did it finally let go?
Yeah, leave it there. Come to join ya. I think that one's over.
That's aggressive.
Are you running
Race over.
Yeah.
Trying to qualify. Ruin it.
Wow.
Next up, round 2 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Ken, would you know if a 2306 motor is harder to like burn out than a 2207? No? Same? Well, because it's hard, it's like harder to, it takes more time to spin up and stuff. So, it doesn't draw as much current maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, sure. So you're on R2. You're on channel 2, yeah?
Okay, yeah.
Don't plug in the bits, like it's always one to go right there. We're going to see, like, we're going to put the DJI pod on the line and just see how it sort of goes. It doesn't seem to be, I don't think it's going to interfere. Definitely R1 this time.
Definitely R1 this time? No, it's only because I've got...
well, we're not a late special, are we?
Works well, doesn't it? Just press the button. That's why I'm getting the change all the time.
Hi, Di. Sorry, I didn't see you.
We're going to have there's a DJI quad in this one. So let me know like what your videos looks like. It's actually powered on now, so it seems to be alright.
Don't really get too bad. Listen to the way out and someone crossing in front of you in the just socially in front.
So you're happy, Di? So I mean, just test it out. Like if it's going to be crap, just land and I'll sort of stop. It's right there on the thing. So
I was a bit dirty on the line once I took off.
All right, pilots ready?
I mean, 2 out of 3.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
I'm just, I don't
No,
know
yeah.
how it's gonna be. Should be in between.
Just fly with all that.
Cleaned up sort of.
Whole shot Super Dizzy Die 4.56.
Oh, touchy, touchy. Hey, how's it going?
Not bad, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, good.
Super Dizzy Die 1 lap in 18.56. Troy Star 1 lap in 17.15. Mr. C 1 lap in 21.4. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 34.94. Troy Star 2 laps in 32.79. Mr. C 3 laps in 48.9. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 49.78. Troy Star 3 laps in 55.9. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.81. Mr. C 3 laps in 47.89. Troy Star 3 laps in 53.87. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.2. Mr. C 3 laps in 49.61. Troy Star 3 laps in 52.92. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.43. Mr. C 3 laps in 51.35. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.59. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.18. Mr. C 3 laps in 45.37. 60 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 45.92. Mr. C 3 laps in 45.38. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.22. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 55.46.
Before when you were flying, it wasn't recording.
30 seconds remaining.
Actually, I'll try, yeah.
Mr. C 3 laps in 48.16. Troy Star 3 laps in 44.42.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. So we'll see. I'll add you in next time. See if we can get on.
Troy Star 3 laps in 44.13. 10 seconds remaining.
So what's your
Finish your lap and then land. Troy Star finished 3 laps in 44 point. Race over.
Yeah, sure. Now that it's down, everyone's finished, so yeah, you can go together. Breathing.
Is there one more round before us, or?
Back to group 1. No, back to group 1 now.
Can you chuck the times up? Please.
6:66, fastest lap, Gabe. Get that off.
Is it wet? That's all right. That's all right. So you must be just at the edge.
Next up, round 3 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Starting your third lap. Yeah, that's what I felt like the last one. Has anyone bettered their times? I know I haven't. I don't think anyone has.
I bet at my time.
Did you? Oh, nice.
First time flying today.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to tell you what my time. Don't tell
I've improved by
Jay what my time
infinite
was.
amount of seconds.
I was looking like bettering my time after my first pack. And after I went downhill, something shocking.
You got 30 seconds peaking at about
high 30s. So.
Yeah.
Maybe crack 29. Probably not in this one. Yeah, Brisbane.
Last week.
Was there the week before?
Well, it wasn't lovely when we went there. It was freezing cold. We were wearing these the whole time. Muddy slushy. It rained like for 3 days. The fourth day was kind of raining a little bit. And by Friday, we went out and home. 22 degrees, sunny, you know what I mean?
Almost got the whole track in view.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to like goggles if you don't want to. Like it's. You're cool with that, aren't you, Ken?
Yeah, it's fine. I want to saw it.
You know what would be good? See someone fly FPV using this.
Yeah, I've said that before.
With a lag.
Yeah.
Goggles down, people.
I do want to see someone fly on the TV sometime.
Just hit start.
I know, there'll be enough time.
On a quad I don't care about ranking.
Arm your quads. Stand down and disarm. Race start cancelled.
What's he doing to your quad, Thomas? What's he doing to it? It's okay. Alright.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Pole shot BMS Thomas 2.02. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.34. IQ 0 1 lap in 7.64. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.61. IQ 0 2 laps in 14.64. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 21.53. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.81. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.87. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 21.36. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.2. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.86. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.65. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.49.
Just too tired today.
Granger FPV 3 laps in 32.85.
I have lines but no power.
Yeah, 17 volts. Let's go.
Plenty of juice left.
8.55 Granger, fastest lap.
Woo! Quick.
Race over.
That's my fastest time with the China Hobby line. Round of applause for that.
Sure.
That's actually pretty impressive.
And you took away your 666 as your fastest lap. You're now 662.
Next up round 3 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Chiz on R7, BMS Paul on R8.
No, you have to wait till you stop. So is that head that's spelled right? Yeah. Ready?
Oh yeah, that's B-R-A-Y.
Yeah, I must take a big hit. I reckon it must be something like the peanuts one. It's usually what happens with these. They usually burn out and and then you don't actually see the damage, but it's like it drops a little bit, and then that little bit of extra.
By the way, these rates are far better.
Braid on.
previous times getting changed?
You can.
Are they already up? Do
Yeah.
do
I did send, because Timmy was asking me, I did send him your previous times to Tim already. So whatever, if you go faster here, it'll be this one or
the other one?
that one. So either one.
Then they work a lot better. And if you can get them to work well with rope, then you can.
My thumb warmers are really working now.
That's what I need. I'm waiting for the sun to come out.
I wonder if we could glue these together. Yeah, heated sticks would be bloody amazing. Heated controller would be amazing. Oh. Alright, leave it.
Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot mish 1.2. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.15. Mish 1 lap in 12.34. Third eye 1 lap in 13.64. Mish 2 laps in 23.67. BMS Paul 2 laps in 22.68. Chiz 1 lap in 27.6. BMS Paul 3 laps in 32.68. Third eye 3 laps in 35.25. Chiz 2 laps in 39.18. BMS Paul 3 laps in 32.81. Third eye 3 laps in 32.13. Mish 3 laps in 29.73. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.52. Third eye 3 laps in 32.21. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.64. Mish 3 laps in 34.8. Third eye 3 laps in 30.66. Mish 3 laps in 35.73. Third eye 3 laps in 30.44. Chiz 3 laps in 51.91.
Dude, 2 seconds improvement. Happy. Quad is flying nice if it just had a good camera. When I say nice, I don't know why.
Chiz 3 laps in 38.57.
100% problem. And it's like just going. I don't think so. I don't limit any of them.
Race over.
I don't know why. Not sure. It just seems like it's drawing extra power for some reason. I don't know. It's good. It's keeping me smooth, but it's just like sometimes I'm giving a lot of thought and I'm still like really tight on a gate. Like I'm like uncomfortably close to a gate. I'm like, what the hell? I was giving it like. Otherwise, sorry. It depends. So yeah, it's just
We haven't got a digital receiver on here.
No, but it might pick up his time, that's all. It should, I think.
Next up round 3 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Sexa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4.
Gotta love the
You just plug it, if you've got multiple quads, just plug your quad in and it's already on your channel.
Yeah, because it all comes from the module. So.
No, next one. So, go take turns. We've got so many pilots here. Yeah. I've got 4.
Wow. Is that 4 groups of 4?
Yeah.
Wow.
We might have to do a 5 or something. 4 groups of 4 at the moment.
Wow.
what are we up to then? I'm losing track here. So I should be able to...
Put yourself in group 1, Ken.
Yeah.
Group 1?
Now come and join. No, go in our group, man. You've got to go in our group. I fly better when you're in my group. Seriously, I really do.
You want five up? Sure.
No, just kick someone out of our group, but keep me in that group.
No, we're going to have 5. One group's going to have 5.
This thing has
Anyway. Pilot's ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Archmajo 1.74. Marzi 1 lap in 17.08. Papa C 1 lap in 19.01. Sexa 1 lap in 15.83. Marzi 2 laps in 28.88. Papa C 2 laps in 31.17. Sexa 2 laps in 32.73. Marzi 3 laps in 39.87. Papa C 3 laps in 43.8. Archmajo 2 laps in 48.57. Marzi 3 laps in 34.2. Sexa 3 laps in 49.06. Papa C 3 laps in 42.38. Marzi 3 laps in 33.38. Archmajo 3 laps in 69.4. Sexa 3 laps in 48.54. Sexa 3 laps in 46. Archmajo 3 laps in 55.33.
Oh, I might have to give you quads out.
You can do it, son, that's for sure.
Sexa 3 laps in 44.34.
Already my first pack was my fastest.
Yeah,
I'm slow in match change,
that's
yeah. Can't believe that.
Yeah.
I'm thinking if I'm on 27.8 now, I'm getting 26 for sure.
Archmajo 3 laps in 67.3. 60 seconds remaining. Race over.
Okay, fourth group.
Next up round 3 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Why is it doing that? God damn it.
They're not quite detailed performance. They're like the mid. They're not the. Do you know the DW range? The collectors is at the top. That's like 10 grand.
What's that? Yeah, it is. It actually is. I was going to change to. I'm not sure why. Why when I drag him D2, I changed to R2.
Are we getting time super up?
We'll see. This is the first time I'm going to try and give it a time. It's sort of saying R2, but it's D2. Okay. Okay, are we ready? No, you're not. You got video here. This is D2. More spit. That's good. Okay, let's do it.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 4.21.
No whole shot roll for
No. It does say D2 on there.
Mr. C 1 lap in 14.08. Troy Star 1 lap in 16.01. Super Dizzy Die 1 lap in 22.01. Troy Star 2 laps in 30.12. Mr. C 2 laps in 33.16. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 38.73. Braydon 1 lap in 28.12. Troy Star 3 laps in 45.06. Mr. C 3 laps in 46.86. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 55.06. Braydon 2 laps in 40.93. Troy Star 3 laps in 43.48. Mr. C 3 laps in 46.97. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 48.33. Troy Star 3 laps in 44.36. Mr. C 3 laps in 43.12. Braydon 3 laps in 39.03. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 49.76. Mr. C 3 laps in 43.01. Braydon 3 laps in 38.22. Troy Star 3 laps in 44.16. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 53.91. 60 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 43.93. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 52.85. Troy Star 3 laps in 43.7. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 48.42. 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, I got a time.
Troy Star 3 laps in 44.03.
Yeah, I see.
Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 42.62. Mr. C 3 laps in 75.79.
It's actually on D2 visual 2. The timing system.
Troy Star 3 laps in 43.16. 10 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.51. Troy Star finished 3 laps in 42.74. Please land. Finish your lap and then land.
Look like the separator from your body.
that was a big leap.
Race over.
Which group is now? Is it group 1, isn't it?
Group 1.
So get your goggles ready, that's a good
18,
sign.
yeah.
That's a good sign.
Next up round 4 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Actually, Craig, do you want to start this race for us?
Hurry up IQ 0. Hurry up Godzilla. Hurry up Granger FPV. Hurry up BMS Thomas.
There you go, you were left out.
Couldn't leave you out.
You're still gonna hold everyone up.
Like destroying my thoughts.
ready to hurry up.
Do you want to see my broken clock? My broken clock? Start, finish,
Thomas is standing in the sun. Got it all worked out.
Yep.
Look at the times. Damn.
just need to trim the prop on that side. And that side.
Okay, pilots ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
No, you're right. You have
Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.98. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.78. Granger FPV 1 lap in 11.46. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 14.88. IQ 0 2 laps in 17.43. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 21.51. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.15. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.3. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.73. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.73. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.83. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.8. IQ 0 3 laps in 23.01.
6:07. 6:07 for that one. That's your fastest today.
Wow, I backed off and I went quicker again.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
I love how it always has that. You slow down and you go faster.
You know what happened when you said you're going to run slow?
I probably didn't set
You just pulled away straight away.
Who's
Really?
Pulled away, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Race over.
Yeah. You should go up in that lot. Hey, you should go up in that lot. In this one, you reckon? Yeah. Oh, jeez. They worked me on yeah, F4. Okay.
Maybe when I'm like going like race pace in the sim, but when I'm going full sim, there's like
Come on, I want to beat the 40s.
Who's pilots? I want to actually put somebody else into this one.
Into there, yep. And you go,
Yeah, usually there are pilots in there.
yeah, so scroll across. You should be able to,
that gate height,
yeah.
power loop through, exit tight, and then
Or-
on the
Pilots.
outside
Yeah,
edge
there
of the
you go.
boarding gate,
Okay.
up like
Yeah.
the flag, through the
Kentucky.
sweeper perfectly tight, come out about a meter wider than that gate, and then quickly flick through that section. Like, I literally every gate, I've got,
like a rhythm.
F4. Okay.
but I've got like a point, like a little waypoint where I need to like make it through.
Hey, is it okay if I do my just the 3 lap? 87, okay, I didn't improve. Oh wait, I did improve. Okay, thank you.
It's not any in live.
No, so you've got to go back to the rounds because you put him in number 5.
Round 4. Okay.
So go to rounds and then put him in, because you put him in round 5 and then you put him there, and now he should just be there automatically.
Yep. Okay.
Now go
Yeah,
there.
so that's what we're up to. Yeah, we're up to.
Yeah, 4-2.
Yep, you're right.
Next up round 4 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7, BMS Paul on R8.
Guaranteed, no possibility of crashing anytime, anywhere. So
Okay, pilots ready?
slow down.
Alright, we've still got Joe. Still got Joe coming. Good to go, Joe? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Paul 1.48. BMS Paul 1 lap in 11.21. Mish 1 lap in 10.72. Third I 1 lap in 12.98. Chiz 1 lap in 15.51. Kentucky 1 lap in 19.81. BMS Paul 2 laps in 26.78. Chiz 2 laps in 28. Third I 3 laps in 33.74. BMS Paul 3 laps in 35.95. Chiz 3 laps in 41.05. BMS Paul 3 laps in 34.21. Chiz 3 laps in 37.92. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.56.
I think 4 of them, yeah.
I think that was Joe that
BMS Paul 3 laps in 34.63.
Yeah, that was me there. Well, there's my battery there, my quad's on
BMS Paul 3 laps in 44.04. BMS Paul 3 laps in 43.55. BMS Paul 3 laps in 37.37.
906.
Yeah, I know.
60 seconds remaining.
I was watching the screen with that.
Oh, we get glitches all the way through.
I think you need to get rid of those Infinity goggles.
I'm not...
I walked away, I was watching
I just stopped.
Race over.
My 3 consecutive went past, were they? Yeah.
You'd had a
Bad laps.
You'd had a bad lap,
Okay.
2 laps before.
906, so I need to drop down to 8. What's 3 8?
3 8s.
That was a good warm up.
Yeah, I think it's 3 8s.
Well, I know, it's horrendous. No, we're trying to figure out which way to go. How long does the timing go for?
3 minutes.
3 minutes? Okay. Take off a minute and a half. Half a minute.
Next up round 4 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Sexa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4.
We should just keep doing qualifying at MMRC because every time we do, it's always really good. Have you had a bad qualifying day?
Okay, people ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Nice chance.
You alright? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Whole shot Marzi 1.5. Marzi 1 lap in 12.95. Papa C 1 lap in 13.77. Archmajo 1 lap in 18.11. Marzi 2 laps in 22.96. Papa C 2 laps in 25.8. Marzi 3 laps in 32.62. Archmajo 2 laps in 35.04. Papa C 3 laps in 37.08. Marzi 3 laps in 30.01. Marzi 3 laps in 30. Papa C 3 laps in 40.98. Marzi 3 laps in 30.24. Archmajo 3 laps in 64.02. Papa C 3 laps in 45.32. Marzi 3 laps in 33.98. Papa C 3 laps in 46.47. Marzi 3 laps in 35.67. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.6. Archmajo 3 laps in 45.43. 60 seconds remaining.
It's not right. Yeah, that's 1 second fast.
And then these are like low pitch, high flight participants for freestyle. It's really good for like
Archmajo 3 laps in 72.24. 30 seconds remaining. Race over.
What do put you in you can go in like a fat shark 2 or fat shark 4.
Yeah, Fat Shark 2 maybe. Yeah.
Just let me have a look at this. Yeah, fat shark 2. That's it. Alright. I'll give you time to set up because we'll go through a whole. You'll actually be in this next group, but you'll have to wait till the next round. Yeah? Unless you're really ready to go now.
I'll wait for next one.
Yeah. Alright, cool.
Next up, round 4 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Yeah, sure. Just waiting for someone. Going on, Braydon? Alright. Everyone else ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 3.56. Super dizzy die 1 lap in 15.12. Troy Star 1 lap in 16.94. Mr. C 1 lap in 21.3. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 29.38. Troy Star 2 laps in 31.69. Mr. C 2 laps in 41.9. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.05. Troy Star 3 laps in 43.18. Mr. C 3 laps in 59.62. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 51.34. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.05. Mr. C 3 laps in 51.95. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 54.64. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.5. Mr. C 3 laps in 51.61. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 51.77. Troy Star 3 laps in 40.94. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.45. 60 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.24. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.67. Mr. C 3 laps in 62.42. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 44.08. 30 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.68. 10 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.29. Finish your lap and then land. Troy Star finished 3 laps in 41.63. Please land. Race over. Next up round 5 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Indeed.
It depends what you're going for. Sometimes even flying the right way. Well, I guess it depends how far off the line.
Guys in the swamp. I think she's gonna have to wash that one. Do you know the track?
I'm kind of observing, so that will be the first go, right?
Yes, that's the start finish go. Yeah. So stay them. And then you go around, over and under.
Yeah.
Left go. U-turn. There's like a left-hand bend through the gate. And the same thing you're doing over the top, slowing down, over and under. And we just made him there. Don't like power up in the other.
Then
every other part, I put like perfect. Yeah, and we're just doing like time trials. So there's no racing. We're just
Ranger FPV.
Yes.
With the old camera OSD. Mix of
Run
beta
cam.
flight and camera.
Run cam pilot. Team pilot from Run Cam. Right pilot's ready.
This is how you know Granger's even
Arm
racing.
your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 2.06.
So this is Thomas going
BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.31. IQ 0 1 lap in 7.36. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.44. Godzilla 2 laps in 16.89. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.92. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.02.
That's not a good one,
Yeah, I must have put on like a dead battery.
BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.34. Granger FPV 3 laps in 30.96. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.92. Granger FPV 3 laps in 29.59. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.88. Granger FPV 3 laps in 28.26.
Granger 794.
You sure that's not a repeat of the last one? It's the same?
Race over. Next up round 5 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7, BMS Paul on R8.
那人家看得到，作弊是吧？
It should be 5 in this one.
Oh wow, no.
Dead? I don't know who the other person was.
Who's missing Craig? Cheers. I can't see him around, so.
What do you reckon? They were all the same when I took off.
Yeah, so one doesn't look too happy.
Nah.
Chiz is out. Chiz is out, okay. Yeah, waiting on you. Okay. Other pilots ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot third eye 1.32. BMS Paul 1 lap in 9.7. Third eye 1 lap in 12.91. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.42. Third eye 2 laps in 23.08. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.14. Third eye 3 laps in 33.07. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29. Third eye 3 laps in 30.52. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.36. Third eye 3 laps in 30.66. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.69. Third eye 3 laps in 30.49. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.99. Third eye 3 laps in 29.67. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.3. Third eye 3 laps in 30.25.
PB, Joe?
Can you get dad's times up so I can see them?
Oh, I remember the.
Just pick up your drone so I can see it.
Okay.
这个有 STL 文件嘛？然后发，我们在网上找一下发一个。是撞还是断的？
Race over.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh yeah, wow, Dad was right. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't realize you could do that.
你看你。对啊，你电池也飞不了那么久，它时间比你的电池飞得久，除非你是慢慢飞。
There you go, lap time. There you go. Hey? Yeah.
No, I destroyed 2 quads.
Oh, really? I destroyed one in the first place. Joe did.
Huh?
Joe destroyed it.
I realised we've had more time. I started just saving time off here and there.
Next up round 5 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Seiksa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4.
Yeah, it happens every time. As soon as it gets off the start block, things like that. How's your video, Liam?
Yeah, it's pretty dodgy here.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
This is the second untested quad, so it might
Oh,
just
okay. It's not the same quad. Doesn't look great on here, as you can see. Yeah?
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah. Okay.
It looked good when I was standing right next to it.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see. Alright.
I'll let him go and see what happens.
Alright, we're going. Goggles down. Get yourself ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Archmajo 2.27.
Very low signal coming out of his VTX. We can't even pick it up. Oh, yeah.
Marzi 1 lap in 13.57. Papa C 1 lap in 16.71. Seiksa 1 lap in 15.34. Archmajo 1 lap in 27.7. Marzi 2 laps in 29.05. Papa C 2 laps in 34.74. Marzi 3 laps in 38.59. Archmajo 2 laps in 47.82. Marzi 3 laps in 34.74. Papa C 3 laps in 55.14. Archmajo 3 laps in 65.97. Papa C 3 laps in 50.24. Archmajo 3 laps in 57.44. Archmajo 3 laps in 55.46. Papa C 3 laps in 66.73. Papa C 3 laps in 58.06. 60 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 50.28. Papa C 3 laps in 58.04. Race over.
From
That's right.
yeah, these ones here. You should.
You go to the
Yeah, who's Jack? He's new.
My friend, you had it, yeah.
Yes. So lap records, or you wanna?
Where are we? Sorry.
Do you want lap records? Yeah, that's good enough. We can go home now. You beat my time, that's all. Jack, you ready to go? Yep. You can jump in here if you want.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Right, cool.
Next up round 5 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Jack on F2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
You on the right channel, Jack? F2.
I don't know. Not 20 something.
So you're in for sure.
Sorry?
You're in for sure.
Yeah, I just want to come to Canberra and have a bit of fun. Not really in it for it anymore. Yeah, that's
Same here.
I think it's
I can't even win races at home. I'm training. I lose all the
ever
time.
win?
hey, you want to be on, you're on Raceman at the moment, you want to be on, isn't it Airwave? Saying Airwave.
Yeah, win.
I think, yeah,
Fat Shark.
yeah, you want to be on Fat Shark, but it's not Race Band, not my race. I think it's Airwave, I think it'll be Airwave,
They win.
or Band D.
Two.
You try that, yeah.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, let me see.
They're pretty good guys. But they're actually solid things. So, first race, Thomas won against
Yeah.
Have you got it? It's not coming up either. Yeah, yeah.
Is that right?
So you You got in the goggles?
Yeah, I probably got it.
Oh,
He's lapping up on the second lap and then bang.
Called it.
okay.
2 laps in.
What do you got?
Oh my god.
That's not you.
That's crazy.
Jack, you might want to have another go. You might want to try again.
Try again.
I'm thinking I hit you again doing the first one, so they're going to push me out of the top of the 2. I won't be
So go to your airway 2. So try a different band. It's not airway. No, he did, but it's saying 3 now. So airway 2. You save that. Go down and save. Save. Confirm. Yes.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's it.
Alright, sorry.
Back. So. Yeah. No. It doesn't. You haven't got a lens cap on, have you, Jack? Go back out of that menu, bro. I don't think you got any video. Yeah, do it no camera. Yeah, get it off 800. Power 25.
Yeah, now
That's a
it's
problem.
like,
There we go. I got to save it. Yeah, save that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got there. All right, everyone ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Troy Star 3.73. Mr. C 1 lap in 18.38. Troy Star 1 lap in 20.77. Mr. C 2 laps in 32.96. Troy Star 2 laps in 35.78. Braydon 1 lap in 38.35. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 51.03. Troy Star 3 laps in 54.16. Jack 1 lap in 38.34. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.08. Troy Star 3 laps in 47.22. Braydon 2 laps in 74.9. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.34. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.85.
might need to replace a cable tie.
Troy Star 3 laps in 41.96.
There should be some somewhere.
Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 49.5. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.28. 60 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 48.82. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.59. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 49.14. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.46. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.45. 30 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.08. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.6. 10 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 43. Finish your lap and then land. Troy Star finished 3 laps in 42.53. Please land. Race over. Next up round 6 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Well, if we're roughly the same, if we keep that space, then we can just be clear air.
Hurry up BMS Thomas.
Hurry him up.
Hurry up IQ0.
These things, I love these quads so much. I don't know. I just think it's a beauty.
That's not made wrong.
That'd be pretty reliable.
Well, they're hard to get.
Yeah, Sam just posted me. I know he posted me 4 arms, which got Granger's quad in there, and then till I gave it throttle and died. But I was like, things gonna fly this weekend. The arms came in on Thursday, and I'm like, thanks, this is perfect. Not flying, but these are really nice. It's well protected. It's 20 by 20. It's really like in there. Oh, it's
Especially with the Express LRS.
yeah. And wow, so it's just like pins onto the board.
Yeah, the big section on the sleeve is like right on the board.
Yeah. Very nice.
They changed the board design on me. This was 35 feet, and then you see it has to sit up there.
It's different. Oh, it's smaller.
Yeah, this board's even smaller. But the receiver doesn't fit on the top of it. Weird. I mean, it does fit, but it's just over on the top of the VTF.
Oh, I see, because it has to sit on top because it's not as big, yeah.
Okay.
Do you break the caps all there? Is it squished up against
yeah,
there?
sometimes. Yeah, they're not too bad.
Yeah.
Usually clean up when you launch.
Squished up in there.
Yeah. Okay. Pilots ready?
I like those. Oh, this looks really clean with the smoke. Dragon.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot IQ0 1.03. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.02. IQ0 1 lap in 8.56. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.39. IQ0 2 laps in 16.92. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.99. IQ0 3 laps in 23.56. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.44. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.59. IQ0 3 laps in 19.63. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.43. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.37.
Really?
Godzilla 2 laps in 52.31.
Second every time.
God, I'm only getting little gains, little gains, little gains.
That's all you're ever going to get, Thomas, when you're that quick.
Yeah, but where's my 5.8s from last time?
He's planning on 5.5s all day today.
Oh, I got a 19.4 in there?
That's good. Yes, you had a new record actually.
Yeah,
You did 19.44 before, right?
Race over.
It is today.
Yeah, you did 19.44.
I
And
thought
then
it was 19.4 flat.
I was 19.4 flat? Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
But that's not bad for first pack back on.
Yeah, it's alright.
First pack on on .com. Wait, can I see the three? The like, can you go back to the old screen with like the 3 lap actual times? 6.4, 6.5, 6.4. That's consistency if I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
See what happens this time.
Next up round 6 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Kentucky on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
My Bank of Bendigo account is under review. Wow, if I only had a Bank of Bendigo account.
Yeah, that old chestnut.
Oh, gosh, what am I going to do? I'm trying to press you to sleep.
And you still haven't picked up those packages that they've.
That's right. Yep.
You know, yeah.
I won $1 million the other day.
Oh. And you don't share it. Oh, you claimed it on.
And some dude in America wants to give me $350 billion because my last name was Smith.
That's so good, isn't it? You've got to take it up.
Yeah, you're so lucky. Yeah, that's just it. Like, you know, it's not as if everyone's got Smith, you know, like.
Okay. Waiting for Mish. Lens cap. Yeah, waiting for Joe.
No video.
Yeah.
Where's the back?
Black. Different quad.
Oh, why'd you kill him? Oh my god.
Okay. Alright, pilots ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot third eye 1.05. Third eye 1 lap in 15.01. Mish 1 lap in 11.48. Kentucky 1 lap in 17.21. Mish 2 laps in 22.55. Third eye 2 laps in 28.27. Kentucky 2 laps in 30.04. Third eye 3 laps in 39.38. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.81.
I think I can disqualify that last one.
Third eye 3 laps in 34.84.
Come on, fourth eye, you can do it.
Third eye 3 laps in 31.35. BMS Paul 1 lap in 9.87.
Come on.
Third eye 3 laps in 29.83. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.12.
Right on his PB, he's not going to make it.
Third eye 3 laps in 29.69. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.4.
Ah, you're ahead of your PB in 2 laps. That last lap you did was
BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.86. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.88. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.5. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.5. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.55. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.45. 30 seconds remaining.
You got an 8.8 there.
8.8 still.
8.8.
It wasn't faster at all, was
He's
it?
8.9 also.
Or was it 27? I haven't done fast at all, have I?
No, because you would like you do a good lap and then you mess it up. Just focus on the line.
10 seconds remaining.
The altitude management started getting really.
Race over.
You know the second clad? The next one? You're above it, like by half the flag.
Yeah, I know.
And then by the time you were at the split S, you were 2 flags high.
Completely blown it, have I?
Yeah. Just focus on 3. The next flight, just focus on that. Ignore it. Oh, yeah, this roller steering is very tough. You want any more better than top? Yeah, just focus on the line. Well, to me. Do you want me to do a pack? Do you want me to run a next one?
We're going to let Ken know. We're going to ask Ken.
No way, Dad. I need to see my stuff. Ken!
Next up round 6 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Saksa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4.
Imagine you're racing me in a spec race. Just focus on how you do your normal practice lap. I promise you to follow the track time.
Bump the antenna. Oh, I just can't even fly today. It's crazy.
Alright, pilot's ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Archmajo 1.72. Marzi 1 lap in 9.95. Marzi 2 laps in 19.26. Papa C 1 lap in 19.15. Archmajo 1 lap in 29.34. Marzi 3 laps in 28.63. Papa C 2 laps in 31.76. Marzi 3 laps in 28.1. Marzi 3 laps in 28.08. Archmajo 2 laps in 49.37. Archmajo 3 laps in 66.65. Archmajo 3 laps in 55.52. Archmajo 3 laps in 53.86. "60 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.2. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.13. 30 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.9. 10 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 54. Finish your lap and then land. Race over. Next up, round 6 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Jack on F2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Exactly. Team effort.
Oh, I'm waiting for you to bring the I buy them religiously. Oh, it's in a batch. They do batch. Yeah. I've got I order that religiously every week. Shop them. They're the nice. I buy all those same. Some are okay. Some are usually fine. But these are the most consistent. Buy those chips and stuff like that. But no chips will be bad.
I've seen this stuff back like my God. Oh, the level. Is it responsible? Is it eight? And if you see that from 100
Someone was about to explode. Okay, pilots ready. Hang on. Almost. Okay, pilots ready? Hang on. How you doing, Jack? Hang on. Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 2.11. Mr. C 1 lap in 14.81. Troy Star 1 lap in 17.38. Super Dizzy Die 1 lap in 25.36. Mr. C 2 laps in 28.49. Troy Star 2 laps in 32.98. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 40.92. Mr. C 3 laps in 41.7. Troy Star 3 laps in 47.56. Braydon 1 lap in 38.91. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 56.49. Braydon 2 laps in 50.85. Troy Star 3 laps in 47.99. Mr. C 3 laps in 51.4. Braydon 3 laps in 62.9. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.84. Mr. C 3 laps in 51.19. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.22. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.34. Mr. C 3 laps in 53.46. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.74. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.26. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.8. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.63. 60 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.06. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.78. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.45. Mr. C 3 laps in 41. Troy Star 3 laps in 45.98. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.89. 30 seconds remaining. Mr. C 3 laps in 44.96. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 43.42. Troy Star 3 laps in 51.29. 10 seconds remaining.
So, what's the power set? Is it set at 25 milliwatts?
Yeah,
Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 42. Finish your lap and then land.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem to, we have to run 25.
Yeah, is that okay for another flyer?
For another what?
Super Dizzy Die finished 3 laps in 45.56. Please land.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be affecting him. That's what I was worried about. It doesn't seem to be.
That's great.
Race over. Next up round 7 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Marzi, 28. Fantastic.
Bro, we're always the same.
Yeah.
You're so...
And Vern.
You're
Me
just
and
a-
Vern are always like neck and neck.
I love it. It's good to have someone else who you're like racing against. Just makes it more fun than having like a second or two gap between everyone. That first race back, that was awesome.
Yeah. I had a shock last week.
Same. I was doing terribly last weekend. It was cold. Just everything was just I was struggling. I kept on trying to go left through the split S, and I kept on hitting that road. I needed to go right. I just wasn't forcing myself. That was my biggest problem. I hit that guy route about 7 times.
I reckon I got collected at least 4 times, I reckon.
So
I've had no luck.
the race the weekend before, I think I crashed out like once. That last time I crashed out probably as bad as much as I landed. Maybe more. I crashed out half the time.
Yeah, it was just...
That's not true. I think
Hurry up BMS Thomas.
Back in a sec.
Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Exhausted all of my quads.
Oh, have you exhausted them all? Not just your batteries, your quads.
Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.94.
Yeah, that's good.
Go home and buy some parts.
Yeah.
BMS Thomas 1 lap in 6.89. IQ 01 lap in 7.42. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 12.88. IQ 02 laps in 14.03. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.96. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.25. IQ 03 laps in 26.53. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.27. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.23. IQ 03 laps in 26.11. Granger FPV 3 laps in 27.75. IQ 03 laps in 20.24. IQ 03 laps in 19.92. Godzilla 3 laps in 27.79.
Oh my god, there's a lot of lag. Out the way, I'm flying.
Oh wait, what the? He's flying off the TV. Stop. He's doing it.
Bit of lag.
You gotta land.
Yeah, I'm landing. Go through a gate. Okay.
You want to go full
That
screen?
is not possible,
Yeah,
Granger.
full straight. Do it.
Oh,
I went over it! Oh my
Granger
lord.
FPV 3 laps in 62.07.
Start finish, start finish. I'll land if I'm wasting anyone's time.
It's only
Get!
No! Try it again.
Okay, last go. I don't want to waste anyone's time. Nah, this ain't gonna work. I'm landing.
60 seconds remaining.
So it's proven that it's very hard to get through a gate.
Granger FPV 3 laps in 81.21. Race over.
Landed.
Next up round 7 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Kentucky on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
No way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I spoke to your dad. You didn't tell me, you know what I mean? All you left me.
Oh, then let's go back.
Oh my god, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm ready.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah, we're happy with everything at the moment.
It was actually a good event. Everyone else loves it. All the engineers love it.
Okay. Pass, ready?
Yep.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Hole shot third eye 1.47. Third eye 1 lap in 12.96. Mish 1 lap in 10.93.
You got a prop on the wrong way or something. Hey? You got a prop on the wrong way or something.
Third eye 2 laps in 23.35. Mish 2 laps in 21.25.
I haven't flown this flight controller before. So
Third eye 3 laps in 32.96.
I know why. It's just not working.
Mish 3 laps in 34.88.
Oh, I can't. I
Third eye 3 laps in 29.61. Mish 3 laps in 34.74. Third eye 3 laps in 28.49. Third eye 3 laps in 27.96. Mish 3 laps in 40.02.
Yeah, that's me.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 13.34.
Okay.
Third eye 3 laps in 31.15. Mish 3 laps in 36.92.
Wait till it finish. Sorry, too close.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 31.87.
Yeah, it's probably me.
Mish 3 laps in 43.76.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I know, it's probably my quad.
You got it's like snow.
Mish 3 laps in 39.96.
Okay, go. I do it now.
60 seconds remaining.
Hey, how long have I got?
Alright, there you go, Paul.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 59.84.
You cut some mad laps now.
Yeah.
No way.
Go, Paul.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 60.93. BMS Paul 3 laps in 61.92. 30 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.43. BMS Paul 3 laps in 26.63.
Nice.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, got it.
Dad, you did it. You did it.
Yep.
Finish your lap and then land.
You're 26.63.
I didn't get it, but
I know, you bet.
Yeah, but stuff that last lap up, that was good. Could have been another second.
damn, I know. I didn't want to get 26 flat, and I would have been got my number.
Race over.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, next one. He breaks in that I'll
Yeah, I
see
know.
that.
You understand what you're saying. You're right.
A lot of fun. I've been doing this stuff. You guys fun. Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I was like,
Next up round 7 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Saksa on R2, Archmajo on F2, Marzi on F4.
Everyone loves that. We just try to play with it. People sing on. Then we high school. Yeah. We do care. We try to like, because we watch the good guys, and we watch them. So like, I don't just keep everyone interested. Yeah. And then we sneak some originals. No one's gonna see originals. Yeah. So that's we got heaps, but we just sneak them. We want them to understand.
Oh, where?
They're nice. I
Where are you
love it.
taking over that?
Just make my mate. I mean, that was fun with it. My drum, the bass player, we just bought $10,000 Black Sabbath, like his actual bass guitar. He made like 10K for it. Okay. Yeah. No, I'm in the mud for your drum kit. Yeah. No.
Okay.
I think it is. Yeah.
Alrighty, it's only 3 in this one. Everyone ready?
Thanks, Ken.
Arm your quads.
No worries.
Starting on the tone in less than 5.
See what I mean? Like, if you're not in my heat, I don't do well.
Sure.
I'm serious. Some heat, you fix everything up.
They're my flat batteries there.
Whole shot Marzi
They're not
3.86.
even flat. One's on 4 volts, the other one's 3.9. I haven't been able to fly anything.
Marzi 1 lap in 9.31. Papa C 1 lap in 13.4. Marzi 2 laps in 18.14. Archmajo 1 lap in 16.64. Papa C 2 laps in 25.47. Marzi 3 laps in 26.64. Marzi 3 laps in 30.69. Marzi 3 laps in 35.21.
Very nice, Marzi. PB 26.64. Well done. You're going in the other group.
Race over.
26.64. How's your first 3?
I know, what did Paul say?
Oh my dad. No, you didn't beat Paul. Sorry, you didn't beat him. Try harder.
I'm going to squeeze it.
I'm going to squeeze it. I'm going to put him into the other group. I'm going to here. Oh, he's going in that group. Doesn't matter as much. Okay, so we were
Next up round 7 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Jack on F2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Some to adjust the focus.
Just the focus, not really. Oh, hang on. Do it out at the front. Yeah, it'll loosen the ring and then.
I was like, when you said 5, I'm like,
I'm happy. I laid him down. I just realised there's no point in trying to do that one, so I named it out. It was between those that over under and the other gate. Once I got past it, the next part was alright, but I was just like, it was just going. You know what I mean? On that next flag, to this next flag was my maybe I could be perfect coming through here and all of them just go whoa.
Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 1.63. Troy Star 1 lap in 15.2. Super Dizzy Die 1 lap in 18.72. Troy Star 2 laps in 29.04. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 33.79. Mr. C 1 lap in 37.64. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.48. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 48.52. Mr. C 2 laps in 52.36. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.48. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 44.74. Mr. C 3 laps in 65.93. Troy Star 3 laps in 41.76. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 42.84. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.4. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.91. Jack 3 laps in 81.76. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.38. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.23. Troy Star 3 laps in 42.58. Jack 3 laps in 73.97. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 47.47. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.81. 60 seconds remaining. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.13. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 49.9. Mr. C 3 laps in 56.75. 30 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 53.64. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 52.9. 10 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die finished 3 laps in 52.7. Please land.
Yeah, sure. Just go further out so... Yeah.
Race over.
I don't understand how that's possible.
We next. Your first lap. That was your first lap.
Oh, that's got the first lap.
Yeah, because it was scrolled down. Well, it didn't was your first lap. Are we back to group 1 again?
Yep.
I can't believe how quick it is for such a small tight track. Very quick.
Yeah.
And that's for me being slow at one, but it is.
It's designed to carry some speed.
Yeah.
So even though it's a small course, you don't really, besides the section of a couple spots, you really don't lose speed. It just stays on top. Yeah. So it's kind of good though, because if you slow down a ton, then you know you've done something wrong. Like the track tells you.
Next up, round 8 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
hurry up, take it.
He's in 19th position.
Oh, yeah, racing.
Yeah, isn't that the best? Most satisfying thing is later.
Except I
I
don't know
just
why.
had a realisation.
Was it a good one?
It is. Even though I haven't got the time I want,
Yeah.
there is a silver lining.
What's that?
If Dan doesn't put in another time, I'm going to be faster than Dan. I'm feeling good all of a sudden.
Oh, wow.
I was just looking at Thomas's Japanese mate. I want to go faster than him.
Thanks.
I'm not quite there. But to know I'm faster, I'll go faster than Dan. That's going to be eating Dan. He's going to freaking go nuts.
My video's not good.
It's okay here.
It's right there, so it's all good.
Yeah. That's all that counts. As long as the timing system gets you, that's right. Okay, pilot's ready. I think that was, yep.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.53. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.65. IQ 0 1 lap in 10.36. Granger FPV 1 lap in 10.82. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 15.14. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 21.38. IQ 0 3 laps in 23.56. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.67. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.22. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.56. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.98. Godzilla 3 laps in 24.16. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.58. IQ 0 3 laps in 23.2.
601.
601.
No, I just had a lot of.
Hey Marzi, I'll put you in for this next
You like it?
That was better?
I'm glad you like it.
Race over. Next up round 8 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
Still working. Still, that's good. That's how it comes. Strap, easy to replace. Cheap. Right, yeah. Anything else?
I leave it on. I mean, I haven't tried anything.
Yeah.
I can't. I haven't experience.
Hey Cam, what 3 lap time did I get there?
Oh, you got a, I don't know.
I did a lot better that one. I was flying.
I don't know. There we go. Yeah, you got 24.37. No PBs though.
No PBs?
Just 8. Only 8 seconds.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with. Look, they're all 8s, so that makes me happy.
consistent.
It wasn't 16 and 5 and 20 and negative 8.
Someone's a bit eager. Who's that?
Why am I getting that?
Hey, Cheese, you're not in this one. Cheese, you're not in this one.
No, put him in this one because there was one that he skipped out on.
Oh, okay.
And it hasn't
Oh,
duplicated
yeah, all right. Sure, you can be in this one. Why not?
Yeah. Are you in this one,
What
Ken?
channel are you on?
Stay in it.
You stay in.
Yeah, stay in.
Sorry, I didn't realise you'd been taken out.
Are you not in this one?
No, I'm...
Oh, that's not fair. I need you.
I was wondering why there was who was missing. Okay.
With that Ken, I'm not going to go far. I'm going to go slower. I'm
It's a
serious.
race off between you and Marzi now.
Oh, I'm not worried about Mars. I'm looking at the Japanese guy. Mars can go fast. I've got no
Okay.
issues with that.
Come on, Paul, get ready. We're waiting for you. Let's go.
Ready.
You ready? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot third eye 0.94.
Oh, no. Okay, you're just waiting for the traffic to clear.
Mish 1 lap in 10.79.
Good play there, Paul. Good play.
Chiz 1 lap in 15.66. Mish 2 laps in 21.26. Chiz 2 laps in 27.56. Chiz 3 laps in 39.63.
Come on, Paul. We're waiting for you.
Chiz 3 laps in 34.72.
Here we go.
I think that might be it for me.
Chiz 3 laps in 33.32. BMS Paul 1 lap in 13.03. Chiz 3 laps in 38.85. BMS Paul 2 laps in 23.46. BMS Paul 3 laps in 32.85. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.22.
I just very thank you for that.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.97.
The lines you were hitting at the end and like the technique and stuff was superb.
60 seconds remaining.
10.75 and 10.5.
Race over. Next up round 8 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4.
I tried the right left there, but it didn't feel super natural. Yeah, I think it's a bit.
I recommend the power lift to most people because I think you can get the same lap time. If you make a mistake, you lose less time.
But also too, it gives you a split second to look at
Oh,
don't tell me it's flooding.
It
Oh
is.
my god. No sending photos this time.
I will.
Took me ages to get all the drool off my phone.
It is so good. It's so easy, like you literally just dump it in. Before you go, you should drop a water in here or something. I'm like, no, it's got enough moisture in it.
Yeah. So it probably starts sweating, then already hits the bottom, and then it's just like goes.
Juicing its own juices.
Oh, man.
Yep. Yep. Got me Turkish breads from Aldi yesterday.
Bloody beautiful. Oh, perfect.
Oh, it's gonna be so good. It's always good when you can just throw it in. Don't worry about it.
Absolutely. You're thinking on the way home, what are we going for dinner? Oh! I've already got it going today. Yeah, no, that's it.
I bought some these butter chickens too, so you can do exactly the same thing. Like Troy's got a little lunchbox, so he takes a hot lunchbox and he takes to work, and he cooks his own. Yeah, like little stir fries and rice and all that goodness.
Oh, man.
All fresh.
Yeah, bloody oath. Oh, nothing worse being on site. Like, if you can just have a hot meal that you like on site.
Alright, you three ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 3.82.
Oh, yeah. Right. Because I've got a little, it's like 12.
Papa C 1 lap in 14.23. Kentucky 1 lap in 14.01. Archmajo 1 lap in 17.56. Papa C 2 laps in 26.62. Kentucky 2 laps in 26.21.
Yeah, that's alright. I got it. I got it as a Christmas present.
Archmajo 2 laps in 33.36. Papa C 3 laps in 39.27. Kentucky 3 laps in 34.67. Papa C 3 laps in 37.85. Papa C 3 laps in 32.08. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.68. Archmajo 3 laps in 53.58. Papa C 3 laps in 36.78. Kentucky 3 laps in 39.99. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.66. Papa C 3 laps in 39.72. Kentucky 3 laps in 50.42. Papa C 3 laps in 45.85. Kentucky 3 laps in 49.48. 60 seconds remaining. Papa C 3 laps in 41.56. Kentucky 3 laps in 45.79. Archmajo 3 laps in 76.49. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.1. 30 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 74.18.
That's it.
10 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 75.04. Finish your lap and then land. Archmajo finished 3 laps in 53.64. Please land.
That's nuts. Oh man, that's so good. I'll have to find out like what.
I'll send you a list.
Yeah, because I've got like a single one, but to have a double, it'd just be.
It's fucking, oh my god, so good. The little shabuki pots, oh my god. So
Race over. Next up, round 8 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Jack on F2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Jack, what I'll get you to do too is like, you need to be out front here when you're flying. Yeah, no, we're just sort of just so we can see like,
okay, right.
who's flying and stuff. Yep, all good. Okay, everyone ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 2.03. Mr. C 1 lap in 14.05. Braydon 1 lap in 18.69. Troy Star 1 lap in 24.54. Jack 1 lap in 24.98. Braydon 2 laps in 30.61. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 32.45. Troy Star 2 laps in 39.74. Braydon 3 laps in 43.27. Mr. C 3 laps in 41.29. Braydon 3 laps in 36.74. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.51. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 45.02. Braydon 3 laps in 36.68. Mr. C 3 laps in 42.27. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 42.95. Mr. C 3 laps in 46.06. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 44.01. Mr. C 3 laps in 43.95. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 41.74.
Chris PV, Die PV.
60 seconds remaining.
He's washing his drone. It's covered in mud. Yeah.
Mr. C 3 laps in 58.15. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 57.69. Mr. C 3 laps in 55.28. 30 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 59.75. Troy Star 3 laps in 152.46. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 61.8. 10 seconds remaining. Mr. C 3 laps in 67.72. Finish your lap and then land. Super Dizzy Die finished 3 laps in 46.63. Please land. Mr. C finished 3 laps in 53.4. Please land.
You PB 13.13. Yep, good
and
job.
4 laps, 41.74.
Fuck yes! Broke the 42.
We can, it's pace, yeah?
Sorry.
Race over.
Alright, another 1 second to go.
That's good, they're very consistent. Use both PB to hit
Where?
3 seconds. 36 to 30.
Wait, have you qualified for national?
Yeah.
Close, but you'd panic.
Sure.
What times do you have?
Alcohol in the battery box, and there's
Very good.
Next up round 9 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Good thing the software is easy to use. Oh yeah, isn't it? Yeah, so good. Well, it means that anyone, pretty much from the committee, can actually drop in and... Oh, yeah. I mean, it's good that this have to go, isn't it? Yeah. I actually, like, I always update it to the latest version, so this just got updated today. This is the latest and greatest. Yeah. Yep.
I just not for you, I did it for myself. I straightened that flag out there, by the way, the middle one. That was leaning right over.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I didn't realise this when my last flag was been sitting out like this. Just to make this lane even longer.
Yeah, just make it harder.
Just to make us travel a little bit further.
If it was leaning the other way, I would have let it go.
I would have let it go.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Gabe wanted me to lean that way, so not leaving that. I go, we'll bring it like a couple of inches this way. This guy's like, oh, but we can move it. I'm like, no, we're not. And the reason I wouldn't move it because I wouldn't hear the end of it from Thomas.
Yeah.
If something's wrong, then he's going to go back and basically turn around and say everything he was invalid. All I need for him to do is 3 5-second laps, and I'll won't hear the end of it. Oh, that was a good hit. Paul took Graham out. Hey Tom.
Is Graham going to follow his DJI or what?
Oh no, I told him he could just let us know.
Yeah.
He just wanted to inconvenience us.
Okay.
Graham doesn't want to inconvenience us. I don't DJI.
Okay. Pilots ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Pole shot BMS Thomas 1.84. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 6.74. IQ 01 lap in 6.96. IQ 02 laps in 13.44. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 14.9. IQ 03 laps in 19.79. Godzilla 3 laps in 24.04. IQ 03 laps in 19.32. IQ 03 laps in 19.36. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 29.27. IQ 03 laps in 19.73. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 27.3. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.23. Granger FPV 3 laps in 25. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.18.
Oh, well done, Gabe.
Did you go faster?
Well done, you went faster.
Is that a record?
Yes.
19.
Oh yeah, high
It's
five.
only a little bit, but
What were you on before?
19.
I didn't bounce off. It's
19.40.
about everything that wants to
Yeah,
bounce
so.
off.
Race over.
Now, so what's going on with this?
I go, did I make a better time?
Alright.
Did I make a better time?
Hey?
Did I make a better time?
I don't know.
I couldn't see.
You gotta be quick.
I'm just,
Oh, you got a 7.88. That's your PB.
hey,
PB lap.
that was my last pack.
So, yeah, that's right. Is that your? Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Alright, good. Hey, if you want to go into the next one, because there's 5 in this. If you want to go 4 and 4, up to you.
No. Just bumpy. Can I
Just
stay
to-
ask? Can I stay ask in the next one?
Maybe. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Alright, just to even out the. Just to even out.
Thanks, Ken.
Next up round 9 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
There was a solid 10th of a second just in that flag.
They're nice when they're clean. Nice and pretty again. Oh, thank you. All good.
Okay, everyone ready? Yeah. Even Paul? Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot third eye 0.94. Mish 1 lap in 16.85. Third eye 1 lap in 18.38. Marzi 1 lap in 13.47. Marzi 2 laps in 24.28. Marzi 3 laps in 33.26. Marzi 3 laps in 28.98. Marzi 3 laps in 27.78. BMS Paul 1 lap in 9.71. Marzi 3 laps in 28.04. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.66. Marzi 3 laps in 28.71. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.03. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.53. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.73. "60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.41. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.62. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.98. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.5. 30 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up round 9 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7.
Last lap was good.
Did you dump it into the mud?
Yeah. What do you reckon the qualifying time will be?
Oh, don't worry about it. We're not going to make it.
Hey?
We're not going to make it.
Hey?
We're not going to make it.
No, I don't think so.
I think it'll be similar to
I figured it out.
Oh, because I'm not going to.
Yeah, when I was flying XP, I was on flight one. So, yeah, different system. Me, yeah, I'm gonna get my numbers. That's what I think.
Right out. Really? Oh, sorry, I'm late. Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gents, you ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 4.53. Papa C 1 lap in 12.21. Chiz 1 lap in 13.91. Kentucky 1 lap in 15.26. Archmajo 1 lap in 16.39. Chiz 2 laps in 25.85. Kentucky 2 laps in 27.51. Papa C 2 laps in 34.14. Chiz 3 laps in 37.41. Kentucky 3 laps in 38.94. Papa C 3 laps in 46.22. Chiz 3 laps in 34.49. Kentucky 3 laps in 34.91. Papa C 3 laps in 46.22. Chiz 3 laps in 36.44. Archmajo 3 laps in 45.68.
Can we just move that gate a bit more?
Papa C 3 laps in 44.96. Archmajo 3 laps in 46.34. Papa C 3 laps in 44.13. Archmajo 3 laps in 47.38. Papa C 3 laps in 44.13. "60 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 49.96. Archmajo 3 laps in 51.58.
Now it's like 20, 30 people. It's good. I think we're all like that today.
30 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 50.93.
Yeah, identical now. So before
10 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 48.67.
You got your PB.
Finish your lap and then land. Race over. Next up, round 9 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Jack on F2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
That is my plan. Next plan, I just got CNC router, laser cutter, so now for now, this is yeah. So the next one I want. So I'm thinking of advertising as like club racer stuff. So almost the full performance of this, but so the value for money is better, and for me it will be much.
You need lucky props. That's what I need.
These are red color. Yeah, so they'll like survive the race, but not the condition. Yeah, it's odd if you turn really sharp. Yeah, if the trick is, say you're traveling this way, this is your velocity. If you rotate beyond 90 degrees velocity, so try to keep it less. It's because of the tune sign. Yeah, also identical. So now if you see.
Yeah, turn them on. Okay, how's your video, Troy? Pretty average. Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 1.44. Radon 1 lap in 13.75. Mr. C 1 lap in 13.97. Troy Star 1 lap in 16.77. Super Dizzy Die 2 laps in 31.19. Mr. C 2 laps in 28.23. Radon 2 laps in 38.95. Troy Star 2 laps in 35.48. Mr. C 3 laps in 40.97. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 48.71. Radon 3 laps in 51.3. Troy Star 3 laps in 53.29. Mr. C 3 laps in 44.78. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 50.9. Radon 3 laps in 59.08. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 50.27. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 46.44.
Long grass there, Chris. Straight across like that next FPV flag. Yeah. Just behind. Straight behind. Okay. It's a long grass.
Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 41.09.
I have no idea where I am, but okay.
60 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 40.9.
Oh, just because you lose video, it goes.
Oh,
you are there.
Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 40.74.
3 bolts for you.
Any what?
M3. I need that sort of length.
30 seconds remaining. Super Dizzy Die 3 laps in 41.74.
Longer than that. Next, may I? You should do it, man. It's not going to touch anything. There's no wires there. I should be safe. Thanks, man.
10 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up round 10 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Granger FPV on F2, Godzilla on F4.
Yeah. It's an actual qualifier that everyone's doing at the moment. Is our man leading? Yeah, he's leading, but he's not happy with his lap times. He's leading his own lap. That's why he's leading. He's not happy with it. Hey, Ken, can I look at some more of your bolts? You understand that? Who's Ken? The one who gave me was too long. The one I got.
Otherwise you can try. But yeah, it's just how I learn. Yeah, I'll go up to race. Are you going now? Yeah. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I'll see you too. Nice to meet you. Are you going to? Yeah. Nice to
Hurry up BMS Thomas.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, you got a 40 point.
Jam those two down.
40.74. That's good.
47. Oh, go me. Oh.
I ran out of 40s, yeah. Back on the charger. Lost chargers.
Oh shit, these have got hot oil in my pocket. Now they're like almost burning my thumbs.
I didn't need them as much today. I would have needed them last week really bad.
Yep.
I'm bringing them in the bag every time. I'm just going to have to pack too many.
Yeah, they get really hot when you don't touch them. Yeah.
I really did last week.
Oh, last week I had them in every pocket.
I wish I had them last week.
Every pocket.
They'll be a staple of my bag now. They're going to go inside it. Ready to go.
Yeah, I've got packs of them.
Right, yeah, I just bought a few list last night.
How's it all going?
Okay.
Every time I go
Slowly.
to IGA,
Slowly getting used to flying.
Yeah.
because they're just right at the cafe and stuff.
Yeah, I spent like 25 minutes trying to find them woolies. I asked the guy and he's like, probably that aisle, and I was about 5 minutes.
When I go smooth and slow,
Yeah.
I tend to get better times.
Yeah, same.
Aisle 5.
My first pack, I took it real easy.
I don't know, we don't have a
No, I did like a 28 something, I can't remember, low 28s. It was like a really good time. Not far off my best time. I thought, man, I'm going to be able to romp through my best time. And after that, the next 3 or 4 packs were even slower.
Yeah. Because you're trying to push too hard.
Yeah.
Hey Craig, can you just put the thing on? I'm just going to take a photo.
Who else are we waiting for? Is anyone else waiting in the script? Who's in the script?
Thomas, Gabe, and
That's it?
and Godzilla.
It was forward, man.
Yeah, thank you.
or on your skivvies and your official backboard, they can last up to 16 hours.
Ranger.
Taking Ranger out.
Yeah. No, they're amazing. Yeah,
I think I can start them any time almost. They're never under the end of the 3 minutes. Yep.
goes up to 6.
The race is like in a few days though. It's too late.
Okay, pilots ready.
Concentrate on this one.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.96. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 8.33. IQ 0 1 lap in 6.8. Godzilla 1 lap in 9.86. IQ 0 2 laps in 13.23. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.69. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.14. Godzilla 3 laps in 25.82. IQ 0 3 laps in 18.82. Godzilla 3 laps in 29.37. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.08. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 49.27. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 55.67. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 53.76.
Second improvement. Let's go.
BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.58. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.04.
That's the end of the battery test.
Actually, what was my fastest single lap?
612.
That's my PB1 as well.
You guys.
Wow.
Race over. Next up round 10 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
I think that's Marzi walking out. No, just 2. I think the span, the rest of the family. Yep.
digging in on the motor side, you've got digging in on both sides.
Both sides.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I went out.
Try to use it.
Probably not smart to go out straight after.
I'm ready.
Sure you are.
I could do this.
Like, people haven't seen it, like,
It's really what my time.
Thomas has got a completely different strategy. He can just go straight away. Alright, pilot's ready.
what the hell happened with me then? That was so defensive, man. It's like,
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Marzi 3.14. Marzi 1 lap in 9.57. Mish 1 lap in 13.91. Marzi 2 laps in 18.61. Third eye 2 laps in 23.36. Mish 2 laps in 25.91. Marzi 3 laps in 34.96. Mish 3 laps in 37.02. Third eye 3 laps in 35.78. Marzi 3 laps in 34.96. Third eye 3 laps in 32.5. Mish 3 laps in 37.34. Marzi 3 laps in 35.21.
We seem to have very quick pilots. Even if there's pace, we can see.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 9.89. Mish 3 laps in 43.44. Third eye 3 laps in 45.28. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.7. Mish 3 laps in 43.71. Third eye 3 laps in 43.8. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.38. Third eye 3 laps in 43.69. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.27. Mish 3 laps in 47.95. Third eye 3 laps in 31.14. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.54. Mish 3 laps in 41.38. Third eye 3 laps in 32.51. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.19. Mish 3 laps in 40.24.
That quad is not happy anymore.
Race over. Next up round 10 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7.
Are you flying, Ken? Yeah. Can you push the space bar? Yeah.
The Marzi collecting his quad out.
What do I get though for times? When the last lap? See the lap times in the last one, or is it only overall?
Where are we?
It's okay. I'd like to get the 9s on the lap and not even wait about 3 laps anymore. 10, 2, 4. Okay, so low 10s is where I'm like comfortable probably. It's alright given the camera shake is.
Yeah, oh yeah,
It's
crazy.
rough. I mean, I can't see very well. It's just, it's gut.
I found one piece. Yep.
Next piece.
Must be more pieces. Yep. Ben, gotta wait. He's looking for parts. Pieces.
Pieces of
Quad, I think.
Oh, quad. Oh, okay. What else doing?
It's Marzi.
He's on the ground. Oh, he's quad to get through. That's what it was.
Yep.
I was trying to figure what the hell he's doing on the
Oh,
ground.
there
I
it is.
had no idea.
I can't see it. I'll get just see it. It's on the other side of the fence.
I don't.
Okay, mine.
Sorry.
Right, because I know.
I did twice in a row. Literally just keep bouncing off the ground. I've never done like it's like the same mistake twice, which means it's obviously repetitive.
You actually waste some energy there.
See how we go this time.
That middle gate? Yeah. That's a hard one because it kind of all almost coming on a blind corner.
Okie doke. Pilots ready? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 2.71. Papa C 1 lap in 12.68. Kentucky 1 lap in 16.77. Chiz 1 lap in 13.93. Archmajo 1 lap in 16.94. Kentucky 2 laps in 28.75. Chiz 2 laps in 25.46. Archmajo 2 laps in 32.64. Kentucky 3 laps in 39.48. Chiz 3 laps in 36.15. Papa C 2 laps in 45.12. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.99. Chiz 3 laps in 33.7. Papa C 3 laps in 57.62. Chiz 3 laps in 33.23. Archmajo 3 laps in 63.06. Papa C 3 laps in 59.32. Chiz 3 laps in 34.88.
I saw you clip the flag.
Archmajo 3 laps in 62. Chiz 3 laps in 34.3. Papa C 3 laps in 50.38. Archmajo 3 laps in 61.78. Chiz 3 laps in 34.18. Papa C 3 laps in 48.93. Archmajo 3 laps in 46.93. 60 seconds remaining. Chiz 3 laps in 37.59. Archmajo 3 laps in 46.1. Papa C 3 laps in 63.14. Chiz 3 laps in 37.51. Archmajo 3 laps in 45.6. 30 seconds remaining.
Goofed on one. Goofed on the middle left.
Archmajo 3 laps in 45.8. 10 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up round 10 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
1.61. Not too bad. 45. Yeah, it's okay.
Keep plugging away.
Yeah. No. Keep flying. Yeah. I haven't cleaned it after the last few hours. So. How many of us are there?
4. Righty. Thumbs up.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 1.85. Braid on 1 lap in 12.33. Mr. C 1 lap in 15.18. Super dizzy die 1 lap in 21.41. Braid on 2 laps in 23.74. Super dizzy die 2 laps in 36.6. Braid on 3 laps in 35.45. Troy Star 2 laps in 36. Mr. C 2 laps in 44.32. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 51.19. Troy Star 3 laps in 51.45. Braid on 3 laps in 46.32. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 45.07. Troy Star 3 laps in 49.19. Braid on 3 laps in 50.69. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 44.44. Braid on 3 laps in 51.24. Troy Star 3 laps in 46.9. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 49.72. Troy Star 3 laps in 47.52. Mr. C 3 laps in 66.3. 60 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 55.43. Mr. C 3 laps in 54.32.
Someone landed on the flat on the gate. Who landed on the gate? Troy Star. Oh, well done.
Super dizzy die 3 laps in 65.56. 30 seconds remaining. Mr. C 3 laps in 49.57. Mr. C 3 laps in 49.76. 10 seconds remaining. Finish your lap and then land. Race over.
Round 11. Jeez, we're going through them, aren't we? Ready for another round?
I'm ready for another 50 rounds.
Next up, round 11 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Godzilla on F4.
Look at this guy flying around in circles.
Did you know if the water in the toilets is safe?
I think there's a couple.
It doesn't say it's not, so you just.
I think there's a tap somewhere. Yeah. Because there is like water tanks there, so it's just rainwater. Yeah. Either that or I think there's one around the other side. Like when the corner, just a tap.
I'll have a look. I'll see if I can crack into the club room.
What's the point of those planks?
That's control line. That's where it all started.
Is that like
Before we used to have control line.
Do you start like fixed wing doing that sort of thing?
You start the motor, it just goes around circles, it controls the elevator, you've got elevator control only.
Yeah.
And you fly it, it runs out of just...
Yeah, no throttle. Normally no throttle.
Spinning around. It's like,
Yeah.
It's really old school, really old school.
yeah. It's sort of going out.
It was sort of pre-RC, wasn't it?
Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Or, I said, most people went down this path. It was either pre-flight or this, and RC was for the real rich people.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Back
Real
then,
rich asses.
yeah. It was so cheap to get into. Don't need much.
It's a motor fuel
We
tank.
used to do it. Used to do it.
Gabe, you crashed.
Self-control line. Used to have some funny bloody things with the control line. Used to take ages to try and start.
Hurry
it,
up
right?
IQ 0.
Trying to start it.
Hurry up Godzilla. Hurry up BMS Thomas.
Eventually, just like, and then, like the nose is broken off. It was like, they never even flew that thing. That was its maiden. That was its first flight, and it just broke it. So, well, you try and take off, and the lines would get caught in the grass, and then it starts coming around towards you. Well, you know, that pulls tight, and it was. Yeah, funny story. Ready? Gabe's ready. Everyone else is ready. Ready enough.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Gabe's slow. He's always late.
He's slow.
Full shot IQ 0 2.49.
Hate that.
Still manages to land upright with no mud on his head.
Godzilla 1 lap in 8.62. IQ 0 1 lap in
Oh,
11.65.
he's got a blob. That's
Godzilla
not
2
much.
laps in 16.2.
That'll blow off. That'll blow off.
That looks like a lens.
It's a 3D print.
Oh, it's really.
No one, hey, no one lands.
Godzilla 3 laps in 27.68.
No one crash over there.
Godzilla 3 laps in 26.55.
Disqualified.
I just ripped the printer.
Godzilla 3 laps in 34.49. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.06. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.25. IQ 0 2 laps in 65.7. Godzilla 3 laps in 38.82. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.11. IQ 0 3 laps in 72.94. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.06. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.27. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.06. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.15. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.37. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.75.
You're supposed to get 3 5s in a row.
What did I get?
2 5.
1806.
With 6s in between.
Oh, sorry, there was another flood in the way. I took.
Yeah, it's alright. Gabe holds it up.
Otherwise,
I can't believe you were meant to not crash, Gabe.
I didn't. Oh, actually, I did crash.
60 seconds remaining.
You'll be right.
Race over. Next up round 11 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
I didn't overtake Gabe cleanly
We're ready? Okay. Shall we start the race?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Stand down and disarm. Race start cancelled.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Marzi. Give us a sec.
Video.
Can you see your time and Marzi's time? Yeah.
What is it? Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
The thing is, I'm actually worried about Marzi. I mean, hopefully he gets better than that and keep it at 25.
Yeah.
I think the best Japanese guy.
Yeah, everyone's got someone to beat.
I want to be an international pilot.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm ahead of any international pilots. You gotta run the same way again?
We'll see how we go. I didn't anticipate that.
Yeah, I know.
I can't believe I missed the overtake though. I thought I got through cleanly, I didn't go through cleanly. Need to improve that.
Oh, this morning was pretty bad. Last weekend, the whole weekend was bad. Like Saturday was terrible.
Okay, pilots ready? That was ready, yeah.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Mish 3.61. Marzi 1 lap in 9.94. Mish 1 lap in 12.96. Third I 1 lap in 13.2. Marzi 2 laps in 16.85. Mish 2 laps in 27.13. Marzi 2 laps in 26.49. Third I 3 laps in 33.52. Mish 3 laps in 38.36. Third I 3 laps in 30.02. Mish 3 laps in 36.8. Third I 3 laps in 29.34. Third I 3 laps in 28.51. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.38. Third I 3 laps in 28.46. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.26. Third I 3 laps in 28.47. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.05. Third I 3 laps in 28.21. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.24.
I think it's the lens.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.01. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.26. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 26.26.
It'll be the lens. Just don't have any spares and
BMS Paul 3 laps in 26.34.
Whoa! You're so close, Dad!
You need to get 3 8s in a row. Hey, just go faster, Paul. See, it's that easy.
30 seconds. Race over.
Yeah, actually I had the 3 laps there, but they're in the wrong order.
Wrong order, I know. What was
Next up round 11 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7.
Sorry.
No, that's all right, leave it there.
Oh, you want it there?
796.
another 0.3 I need.
What do you need?
I need like 0.3 faster. I want 0.26 faster I need. I'm not there yet.
Will you get there for me?
I don't think I am. I want to beat our only international pilot.
I had a goal of trying to beat him 40 seconds. I'm 700ths away from it.
Oh. I understand your frustration.
Yes. Yes, it's very frustrating.
Oh my god. This is the pilot I want to beat. I'm between him and I'm just sitting slower than him, the Japanese pilot.
Okay.
You know Mad X?
Sorry?
Sorry, sorry.
Oh, okay.
You know Mad X? I'm just behind him. Or one position behind him.
You got this.
One position.
Small gas. It's pretty good. But you got this. I'm getting the time. Just a shake.
And I'm not feeling tight enough there.
I'll tell you the line was good.
Alright, everyone ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 2.61. Papa C 1 lap in 12.79. Kentucky 1 lap in 16.69. Chiz 1 lap in 17.01. Archmajo 1 lap in 18.75. Papa C 2 laps in 25.25. Chiz 2 laps in 27.9. Chiz 3 laps in 38.89. Papa C 3 laps in 40.45. Archmajo 2 laps in 38.26. Chiz 3 laps in 32.02. Papa C 3 laps in 38.99. Chiz 3 laps in 31.36. Papa C 3 laps in 38.03. Chiz 3 laps in 31.65. Papa C 3 laps in 35.07. Archmajo 3 laps in 78.13. Chiz 3 laps in 34.15. Papa C 3 laps in 38.3. Chiz 3 laps in 35.6. Papa C 3 laps in 38.51. Archmajo 3 laps in 83.32. Papa C 3 laps in 37.68. 60 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 83.63. Papa C 3 laps in 35.41.
Hey, that's alright. Bit shaky. I stuffed up a bit. Happy with it.
Archmajo 3 laps in 60.14.
Did you see it?
30 seconds remaining.
No, I was too busy trying to watch all of them so that there weren't any miss.
Sounded like it went up there.
Oh, it went
It's hard to tell, like, with the way, when they spin like that, it's hard to tell.
Archmajo 3 laps in 52.91.
It's alright, we'll find it.
We did well.
10 seconds remaining.
No wind, nice and sun. Spot on. Just that big puddle down into that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Archmajo 3 laps in. Finish your lap and then land.
But one mistake I see you do, when you go to that first gate over there, you don't...
Archmajo finished 3 laps in 47.27. Please land.
Alright, let's go find
Just
it, right?
imagine, like, you know when you go through that first gate, visualise that
Race over.
as a flag. You're going to turn around, tie it around the face of the face. You visualise that as a flag once you go through. You know it's a tight turn, so you can turn. And it'll actually be better lined up to that one, which hopefully should make that one that you're competing better.
Yeah, he's over there somewhere. Goes away, so it's definitely over there somewhere. Yeah, I got it right here.
Oh, you got it,
yeah. So this one, and he hit there, so it'd be over in that. I reckon Paul's on it. Yeah, I reckon.
She's lost this as well.
No, Chiz is out there looking for Ken. The last thing you see is that side of grass.
What we're looking for?
Quad.
Who's Ken's?
Ken's.
Zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, you don't see much.
No, it's just this last section. So you see it go over. Hold on. Watch
Can
this
we
last
run it at,
section.
like, slower speed?
No,
'Cause I can't-
unfortunately.
Can you pause it?
Oh, hold on. Slow.
Can you pause? Or will that restart? Oh yeah, that's good. Okay, let's see if we can pause it at a good time. It's not that helpful, is it? Oh wait, this might be a good one. Is that the fence?
Yep.
And then that has to be over the fence, so it definitely went over the fence, yeah?
Alright, let me just see if we can't grab another
I'd say
frame.
that, hang on, where's that? Is that down there? See that thing there?
Yeah.
That's not that, is it? Oh no, that's, sorry, okay, so that one is that.
We lost one, just
yeah.
one point.
So he's down that way where Ken's going now. Right, where else did he, where'd it go after that?
But it probably went...
Where'd it go?
Give us
Alright.
another frame, give us another frame.
Maybe he did go out that
So
way.
is he over the fence?
Yeah. Yeah, he's over the fence.
Good.
What is he?
Is that looks like the fence.
That's fence.
So it's pretty close to the fence.
No, he's over the fence. He's
Is
right
it
by,
it's still right
Is
there,
that the
right
log?
near that log.
That's the log there.
That's the log.
No. Or is
That's,
there, is
that's,
there an-
that's not that thing.
Oh, there's another
I
log.
think it's
Oh, there's two
I
logs.
think that's where Craig is there.
Maybe.
Alright. See if we get not
Paul
get.
looks like he knows what he's looking for.
He's got it.
We got it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Was near that log.
Awesome.
Did you fly that one there? So we're next.
So it's you guys, yeah.
Right. Get ready else on that, right?
Oh. Oh yeah, you flew that one.
Next up round 11 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
Running games.
I can't race anymore now, I'm tired after all that.
Okay.
I think once we come back, there's a can't be here. We both walked through like a big
Yeah, we both walked past it. It was up
So I'll check the other side. And sure
What
enough,
do
we
is
saw
another
that
ridge.
bloke was sitting upside down.
Grass all the way
We
through.
just tucked down low enough, we could just see it. But you have to be right on the fence line, looking that tight.
Another bath?
Another bath, yeah. Might as well just leave it in there.
Bring a hose out.
Suspend it
What
upside
about
down
sand
in the
bucket for
water.
LY hose?
Just run it, use the pumps to actually.
Just bring a bucket, actually, little
Yeah.
bucket, like here. Just put it here when you finish. Sorry, put it in a bucket.
Random Leamington in Gloucester.
There is. One of the guys done it tonight, so I don't there.
Okay, pilots ready?
It's a rat Leamington.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 1.4. Braid on 1 lap in 13.24. Super dizzy die 1 lap in 17.61. Troy Star 1 lap in 16.37. Braid on 2 laps in 24.28. Super dizzy die 2 laps in 33.45. Braid on 3 laps in 35.35. Troy Star 2 laps in 39.2. Braid on 3 laps in 33.76. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 51.41. Troy Star 3 laps in 53.64. Braid on 3 laps in 34.45. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 50.74. Braid on 3 laps in 34.9. Troy Star 3 laps in 54.84. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 51.05.
Yeah, I think you handled this properly.
Super dizzy die 3 laps in 48.07. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 44.53. 60 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 46.32. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 45.64. 30 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 45.66. Ten seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 41.77. Finish your lap and then land. Super dizzy die finished 3 laps in 41.92. Please land.
Not a PB, but very close. Not a PB, but very close.
Race over.
I think I had like half the positions to fill at the moment, so.
God, IQ had an improvement.
Did he?
Oh, got a ton out.
All I need is 0.11. 0.12. I'm going to be enough. Just all three. That's all I need. I want to beat this guy here. He's at 26.15. He's one of the Japanese competitors. I want to beat an international pilot. So yes, I'll beat one of the internationals. That's all I want.
I thought it was Dan.
Oh, Dan too. But Dan, I mean, look, if I don't get that one, if I've beaten them, which I have, that's good. That will really upset him.
Dan.
Really upset him. Sorry? Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Now, one of the nationals actually finished ahead of him. He was so upset, you know what I mean?
Oh, he's got it.
He came back and goes, oh,
got it.
you're not going to believe it. He's going to bloody finish ahead of me. I'm like, yes! But I kept reminding him all year. One day you can be as good as me.
One day. One day.
Not till next year. It would have been good if I'd done that. I think it was the 2018 one. If I'd done that for 2019 national.
Who out of these pilots
Because I would have been
don't
exactly
haven't got
yeah.
a lot of these pilots have got offers already.
Yeah,
Thomas like you got
Thomas
to do
has
it,
already
Granger.
been- oh, he's already qualified.
What's with the margin he's got?
So
Sorry?
I believe, hang on, it'll tell you if he's already been given a position from each side.
The top four.
Thomas won't get a position from each side at all. Thomas just goes in. So
Yeah,
he doesn't take
he's
up
not-
anyone's positions, so we don't have to worry about
No,
him.
no, it's what we're trying to work.
And I don't think we even have to worry about this.
No, but even the ones that have been offered a place, what I'm going to do is get the top four that haven't, they're MMRC members, and they haven't been offered a place yet. I think it's down. I think it's
So you'd be third eye.
Third eye down. Is Mish MMRC?
I think he might be. I think he registered, yes.
Hey Mish, are you an MMRC member?
But I think he's
Ready?
only going to find him.
This is the first time I've done
Are you guys ready to go?
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Hurry up, race controller.
Next up, round 12 time trial. Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.99. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 6.7. IQ 0 1 lap in 6.68. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.05. IQ 0 2 laps in 13.09. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.99. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.27. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.15. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.56. IQ 0 3 laps in 21.08.
You're out, Thomas. You're out.
Can we see whether Tom did any better?
Finished.
Race over.
No. Two
Thomas.
fives together. 18 flat, is it? Bugger. Sorry, Tom. But you got an 18 flat now.
Wow.
But you didn't strength. What? Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
What? 2 6.37s in a row, and then I made a tiny mistake.
The poll doesn't need a spot, he's already confirmed.
Yep.
Next up, round 12 time trial 2. With Mish on R2. Third Eye on F2. Marzi on F4. BMS Paul on R8.
Go. He's the first one.
I'm ready, Ken.
Okay.
His Marzy's
Take-
got a really good time.
Even
behind.
actually Granger. We have to find out where the Granger is. Well, that's his first time he's done the qualifying. Yeah. As long as he's an MMRC member, we can put him down.
Left, Gabe. Left. Now go right.
Ah, yes, it might be
Yeah,
Granger
keep
third.
Keep going. Keep going.
She's shaped a little
Keep
bit.
going.
Glad been a drone.
Yeah, so am I.
If it wasn't for this motor,
It's my last
those
one.
motor bells are the only thing that stood out.
Oh, really? It was upside down without the battery on. Yeah.
Because 30's already got a spot.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't think he needed to come.
The B side running their qualifiers yet?
Yeah.
Oh, is this the last one, is it?
Yeah.
Where would I think he's at?
What's 35?
Usually RC have a doctor. Low pitch.
You would be up here, so 65, 66. Or could be, depends on which 35.
Okay, track's clear. Everyone ready?
3503. So you
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
There's 100 so far. With that in
Whole shot Marzi 1.68.
Is that picking them up?
there's 101.
Yeah, I know. It's because the starting blocks, because you sort of go a little bit towards the gate as you start.
Marzi 1 lap in 14.31.
It's getting me all the time.
Mish 1 lap in 13.6. Third eye 1 lap in 13.35. Marzi 2 laps in 24.36. Mish 2 laps in 24.28. Third eye 2 laps in 23.14. Marzi 3 laps in 33.52. Mish 3 laps in 35.52. Third eye 3 laps in 33.15. Marzi 3 laps in 28.61. Third eye 3 laps in 28.9. Marzi 3 laps in 27.28. Mish 3 laps in 31.73. Marzi 3 laps in 26.69.
I feel like yeah, I don't know. That second one.
Marzi 3 laps in 27.37. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.15. Mish 3 laps in 40.25. Third eye 3 laps in 43.07. Marzi 3 laps in 33.4. Mish 3 laps in 43.5. Third eye 3 laps in 43.98. BMS Paul 3 laps in 29.5.
The center of gravity's off, it's not turning.
Third eye 3 laps in 45.02. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.27. Third eye 3 laps in 29.34. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.34. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.46. BMS Paul 3 laps in 35.52. "30 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 39.99. BMS Paul 3 laps in 41.66. 10 seconds remaining.
How many races have we got left?
As many as we
BMS Paul 3 laps in 34.19. Finish your lap and then land. Race over. Next up round 12 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7.
Using today to try different
you got Dell props on your Dell. Oh, really? Nice.
I thought you were shaking a lot. Yeah, I haven't smoothed up. That seemed like you were physically shaking a lot.
Oh, probably. I really want to get my time.
You're normally more calm, but...
I'm trying to go calm now. It's never done.
This is true, otherwise I'd already
I'm
be...
not doing 18 seconds freaking... No. 4...
We all ready? Yep, yep.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 2.99. Kentucky 1 lap in 14.98. Chiz 1 lap in 14.13. Papa C 1 lap in 18.36. Kentucky 2 laps in 28.14. Chiz 2 laps in 27.21. Archmajo 2 laps in 38.53. Chiz 3 laps in 38.58. Chiz 3 laps in 36.11. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.46. Kentucky 3 laps in 43.25. Chiz 3 laps in 33.93. Archmajo 3 laps in 54.86. Kentucky 3 laps in 49.28. Archmajo 3 laps in 48.16. Chiz 3 laps in 51.22. Kentucky 3 laps in 46.47. Chiz 3 laps in 53.18. 60 seconds remaining. Kentucky 3 laps in 46.36. Kentucky 3 laps in 42.15.
We're
30 seconds remaining.
I think we all kissed each other's drunk.
Race over. Next up round 12 time trial 4, with Mr. C on R1, Braydon on D2, Super Dizzy Die on R7, Troy Star on R8.
come Papa C's not in this? How do I add Papa C?
So just drag him. So this is the one here. So just drag hit pilots and drag him from over there. That's it. Race one.
What's he on?
Race one. It's because he was in the previous race.
Other three-pointed things, not props.
Hey Mark.
Oh, there's a Lamington. I bet that's someone.
It's alright. He's not even in this race. We're trying to work out why you weren't in this
No,
race.
because I couldn't take off.
That's alright.
That's alright.
Taking
How come he's still not in there?
No, he's not in this one. He was in the last race. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, because I saw him. Oh, because he was there. That's right. Okay.
He didn't launch.
Alright, pilots ready?
no conscience for anyone.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot super dizzy die 1.49. Super dizzy die 1 lap in 16.96. Braidon 1 lap in 13.39. Super dizzy die 2 laps in 31.19. Troy Star 2 laps in 30.39. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 45.61. Braidon 2 laps in 47.08. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 44.78. Troy Star 3 laps in 59.35. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 43.25. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 37.37. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 35.3. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 37.41. 60 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 46.57. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 45.1. 30 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 44.7. 10 seconds remaining. Super dizzy die 3 laps in 41.79. Finish your lap and then land. Super dizzy die finished 3 laps in 42.55. Please land. Race over.
Hey Ken, what do I do? Next race, add round, clone,
Just add round, clone.
Next up, round 13 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Godzilla on F4.
The one, this is the one that I replaced the flight controller on it. And it's just, that's well and truly did that. So I put a new flight controller, and now it's just won't, that's the one that just won't fix our runaway. Could be the next thing. Could take off, right?
I think it might take some nice clear summer, like a full moon.
Yes.
Is you do that, like just with that little bit extra moonlight, you see perfect.
Oh, you can see well, yeah. The only issue, the issue we have is when people lose their quad and everyone's looking around in the dark.
So you can make it bend pretty with the puzzle, LED and buzzer.
Yeah.
It's not hard to add puzzle.
Yeah, I know, but then you lose your battery.
If you get the old one.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Any weight really added.
Yeah.
I fly my freestyle one in the night, got it at 110 diesel 3. And it lows your, it's amazing accuracy. I didn't expect to see that much detail.
What did I end up with?
You take a goggles off, you go.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Flying around trees and between branches, and then you take the goggles off when you land, you're like, shit. It's even tricky when you fly on flight fast like this.
Yeah.
Very straight.
No.
Used to set up a GoPro.
Really?
See. Once street like or park lights, really blow it out though. It's very hard.
Alright, you all ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
I'm done, Ken. We've got no more batteries.
Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.89.
You get a better time or not?
BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.78. IQ 0 1 lap in 8.21. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.95. IQ 0 2 laps in 14.67. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 22.15. IQ 0 3 laps in 18.85. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.17. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.78. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.25. IQ 0 3 laps in 20.75.
Oh, so close. At least you sat on the ground.
TV or just barely not? 1885.
No.
1882. What would that have been? 625, 614, 644. Okay.
Race over.
Oh, man.
There you go, boy. You crack that 26 or not? No. It must be bloody far. You're getting clean laps.
Slower, Paul. The harder you try, the slower you go.
He did improve
Yeah,
on
I
his
was gonna say,
time.
it's already improved.
Yeah, by about 0.3 or something.
I've just chipped like small amounts off. Started at like 37 or 36, I think it is, and then down to 31. So,
Actually, I'm glad I did. We did a
We need a time trial.
Next up round 13 time trial 2, with Mish on R2, Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
I can't believe it. It's a simple track, but it is a complex track. If you don't get the lines right and you don't get your throttles right, you're no good.
It's a good track to train on. You know, to get your lines in.
Well, I leaned on that last one because I stuffed up the gate and I was doing my best to just tinker myself on the ground to see you go past. Counted 3 of yous and I thought, right, that's enough to get out of the air.
Oh, it's ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Mish 3.27.
This is almost a classic Thomas training track. You know,
Yeah, but it's good though. You've got all the complexness except for
Mish 1 lap in 12.22. Marzi 1 lap in 9.62.
The idea is to make it simple so anyone can set it up and stuff like that. So you wouldn't put
Mish 2 laps in 21.52. Marzi 2 laps in 18.66.
pretty consistent unless you get congestion.
Marzi 3 laps in 27.45. Mish 3 laps in 31.34.
And just wait for Joe.
Third Eye 1 lap in 20.73. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.41.
It pays off if you can get it.
BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.54. Third Eye 2 laps in 35.73. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.58. Third Eye 3 laps in 46.48. BMS Paul 3 laps in 32.82. Third Eye 3 laps in 35.66. BMS Paul 3 laps in 33.22. Third Eye 3 laps in 35.43. BMS Paul 3 laps in 33.04. Third Eye 3 laps in 33.66. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.83. Third Eye 3 laps in 33.25. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.66. Third Eye 3 laps in 28.74. BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.91.
So close.
30 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up round 13 time trial 3, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
What did I do for 3 laps? 27 something, wasn't it?
Need to vomit.
Hey?
Need to vomit.
You need to vomit, you alright?
Yeah, I've had this pain in my tummy and it comes and goes for the last 3 days.
Not on the new laptop, please.
No, I'll try to direct it that way.
If you do it on the shoes, you're probably clean.
Alright. You all ready? Yep.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 1.54. Kentucky 1 lap in 15.21. Papa C 1 lap in 13.54. Chiz 1 lap in 11.21. Kentucky 2 laps in 26.72. Papa C 2 laps in 25.73. Chiz 2 laps in 22.14. Kentucky 3 laps in 38.02. Papa C 3 laps in 43.38. Chiz 3 laps in 38.03. Papa C 3 laps in 41.42. Chiz 3 laps in 37.26. Kentucky 3 laps in 46.78. Papa C 3 laps in 40.84. Kentucky 3 laps in 48.19. Chiz 3 laps in 48.79. Kentucky 3 laps in 48.63.
And again.
Chiz 3 laps in 43.82. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.84. Papa C 3 laps in 53.92. Chiz 3 laps in 45.22. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.21. Papa C 3 laps in 55.14. Chiz 3 laps in 33.41. 60 seconds remaining. Kentucky 3 laps in 34.36. Chiz 3 laps in 34.48. Kentucky 3 laps in 33.75.
But it's the right knife and soft section for bread. Otherwise, anything else.
30 seconds remaining.
Well done, Ken. PB. Not quite. Yeah.
Race over.
For one reason, I use the serrated knife to cut my bread, and I don't want to do it. That is danger with the really good knife.
Hey. Where'd it go? Oh, Ken! Oh no! No! Where'd it go?
Just minimise everything. Minimise that. Minimise that. Just go now. Hey, Ken.
Ken! Something happened!
You lost all our time.
Crashed.
I'm moving! I swear I didn't do anything!
Alright, got to redo all our times.
No, yeah, that's all out the window.
Recover?
Yeah, it should be recover, and I think we just go okay. There we go. Woo.
Oh my god!
Heart attack?
Yeah, major! Can I take a photo of that?
Sure.
Love it. Actually, if we're the big one, you can probably see it. How do I have a faster whole shot than
150, 150.
you might want to fix up the rounds.
Sure.
Oh, did it?
Okay, people.
Yeah, got no more batteries.
Good flying though.
See, Di.
Heading out too.
Yeah, we're out.
Have some fun. See you next time.
How many more rounds do you want?
I got 2 batteries left.
Okay, sure.
I don't know how much other people have.
Can we combine this into three now?
We might even have like
Use
three,
time?
three.
The time.
2:30. Who wants to go and do? I'll just do it on.
2 more rounds?
Yeah, we've got more rounds. As many as you want. Put like 3.
I've got 20 batteries left. I've got 20 batteries left. So.
You got 20 more rounds.
That'll be fine.
We'll do 3. 3.
It's 2 now.
No, we're going to combine it into three rounds rather than 4.
Nah, I think we do 3 pilots.
Really?
We can. Well, gives you enough time in between. I don't know. I just think less pilots in each heat is going to be better. Less crashes. Up to you.
I like 3.
3 pilots.
Even
You
3
guys
now,
have
I'm
had
still
3 the whole
lapping,
time.
lapping as I go through, and it's just like, scary. Especially if one of us crashes
Yeah.
and it offsets the pace. Oh my god, it gets chaotic.
So who's going in this one?
Yeah.
Mish, Marzi, Third Eye, Paul. Mish can go in that one if you can.
R2.
R2. There we go. This should be. I don't know why this keeps going to. Channel. It should be D2. But it doesn't change. It's D2 here.
Should be okay. Right?
It probably is. It doesn't. I mean, there's no video anyway. I know. All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Now, what are we up to? We're actually up to this last bracket anyway.
Next up, round 13 time trial 4, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on
did that
D2,
crash?
Troy Star on R8.
Was that the round that crashed? That the computer crashed?
Was it?
I don't know. Did
No,
you just fly?
no, this is round 4. I was in round 3 and you've just dropped me into round 4.
hello.
So I'll flag it.
Sure, why not? Got plenty of batteries, no worries. Oh, hang on, that's not right either. Troy Star, because Troy's...
Alrighty.
Hang on, relax. Troy Star is out. So who's Craig? Yeah. Okay, how's that? I can go again. Happy? You guys can go again? Why not?
Next up, round 13 time trial 4, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on D2, Archmajo on F2.
Alright, ready? Alright, pilots ready?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Archmajo 1.31. Braydon 1 lap in 11.91.
Oh, that lasted a long time.
Yeah. No, he's got a bit of a ding in it.
Archmajo 1 lap in 28.48. Braydon 2 laps in 24.28.
Quick one's a good one.
Archmajo 2 laps in 44.21. Archmajo 3 laps in 76.14.
You need to update that photo on the Facebook page.
Papa C 1 lap in 81.81.
See ya.
Braydon 3 laps in 84.75. Papa C 2 laps in 95.98. Braydon 3 laps in 88.95. Papa C 3 laps in 112.25. 60 seconds remaining. Papa C 3 laps in 42.35. Archmajo 3 laps in 100.45. Braydon 3 laps in 105.63. Papa C 3 laps in 40.97. Papa C 3 laps in 30.49. 30 seconds remaining.
Not happy with that one.
Braydon 3 laps in 55.87. Papa C 3 laps in 44.98. 10 seconds remaining.
Oh, the flag fell over again.
Oh.
At least you can land underneath it.
Papa C 3 Finish your lap and then land.
Over in the grass.
Did you take out the flag again?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I was when the first night I got back on it, I sent a video. I was like, "Oh my god, guys, I'm actually flying quad on a simulator." For the first time this year. That was when I hadn't flown in 5 years. I think I flew
Race over.
maybe once.
Next up round 14 time trial 1. With BMS Thomas on R1. IQ0 on R2. Godzilla on F4.
I thought they'd gone for some reason. I don't know why I thought that.
I'll see you later. Thank you so much again. Appreciate everything.
As always. Oh well, we're both idiots. I can feel less stupid.
Did you go better than last time?
Nope. But I'm still in it.
Done enough today, so that should be
There's so many batches of.
I probably should have. I
full
couldn't
volts.
get
I'm trying to get 26. Look at
Yeah.
these guys, man. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's alright.
Oh look, I don't even go there for.
Yeah, yeah, all good. Alrighty, I'll see you later.
No
I'll see
worries.
you. Got a few weeks now, don't we? A few weeks of break.
Yeah, not sure when the next one is actually.
Hopefully it's not next week. Mrs.
Nah,
might kill me.
it's definitely not next week. Next week
Dodge
is
2 in a row,
actually.
but I don't think we'll do 3.
Yeah, next week's a horse event, so we,
Oh, that's right.
we can't fly. No flying at all.
Alrighty, I'll see you later.
No worries.
Have a nice afternoon.
Yours?
Cheers. Yep, they
That's
are.
very good.
Yeah. Free from work.
Hmm. What do they use them for?
Oh, I feel like wire.
Oh, okay.
It's just yeah. Don't use it much these days, but yeah, it's like a Telstra thing. Whole telecom thing.
Okay. How do I get my time? So close. Is it too much to ask for 0.11 of a second faster
It
over
is.
3 laps?
When you've got those sort of tyres for it, it's good enough.
Yeah, that's. Is that like multiple packs?
Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.8. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.38. IQ 0 1 lap in 6.84. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.93. IQ 0 2 laps in 13.54. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.03. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.77. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.96. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.23. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.39. IQ 0 3 laps in 22.7. Godzilla 3 laps in 21.85. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.27.
That was a dead hell, so it's not too bad.
Godzilla 3 laps in 25.62.
He landed on me. Oh, sorry. Oh, you little.
Did you do it or not?
Look. 3 lows, 3 low sevens. 21.8. That still doesn't move me up at all though. I'm still an 8.
Where are you at the moment? 8. Man, that's pretty good.
Considering I haven't flown for like
I know.
a year and a half.
8 out of here.
No.
Start out. Really?
Race over. Next up round 14 time trial 2, with third eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
Mish, you're not in this one. Sorry. In the next one, Mish. Mish, you're in the next one. I moved you. Sorry.
Oh, poor Mish.
We're going to do.
He walked up last round as well.
Did he? No.
No, you were in the previous one actually. You missed it.
Yeah, didn't you hear your name? Called it 3 times. Sorry, moving people around.
How can I do this, Ken?
Oh, please.
That's all I'm asking for.
3 volts. 3 volts per cell, not good, huh?
I know why I can't do it.
Storage that one.
You're not in my heat, kid.
No. It didn't work for me.
One battery, I can do that. I can do that with one battery. That's what I think about actually.
Okay, pilots ready?
I'm ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Marzi 4.28. Marzi 1 lap in 9.33. Third eye 1 lap in 12.98. Third eye 2 laps in 22.42. Marzi 2 laps in 29.25. Third eye 3 laps in 31.76. Marzi 3 laps in 37.92. Third eye 3 laps in 33.26. Third eye 3 laps in 33.87. Third eye 3 laps in 33.84. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.19. Third eye 3 laps in 29.27. Marzi 3 laps in 68.98. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.4. Third eye 3 laps in 28.46. BMS Paul 3 laps in 32.14. BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.77.
Hi, Max. Are you 3i?
Yes.
Oh, so may I know what kind of best smoke?
BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.85. 60 seconds remaining.
My clock just went full. Yeah, sorry, what's up? What kind
BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.27.
I literally just saw them go up in smoke. Never hear that before.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 27.34.
Because this is my first time racing here, but I don't know why my battery always lose the power after
I'm scared.
I don't know.
30-second race over.
Big Daddies aren't the best batteries.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm gonna stay on the line more.
Mine aren't particularly good.
Yeah, I don't know why I always lose the power after like 5 or 6 laps. Yeah. 1300. Yeah. What's about yours?
I was doing 1300. These are 1550s, but yeah, I'm barely getting after about 4 laps.
Yeah.
I'll smoke. I'll cook so many batteries today.
Yeah.
Just getting them down to Oh shit! Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
This one, Mish, this one.
Next up round 14 time trial 3, with Mish on R2, Kentucky on F4, Chiz on R7. Hurry up Mish.
Yeah, no, I don't know, yeah, because last time this is my first time race, so.
Yeah, no, you're doing really well. Okay. Shouldn't come back every month.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
But the other problem you're on DJI.
Yeah, and DJI, but if I recently to the race, I will change it back to the analog.
Yeah. You do the mod for the DJI. Put the analog module on there.
Oh, yeah, but what about the latency? I hear someone say.
Yeah, I don't think it's got a bit more latency to the module.
Yeah.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Because we tried that, and I was like, oh, wow, this is terrible. It's so...
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think just that conversion is still something strange.
Cheers, you know
just feel straight away, you're just like, whoa.
Cheers is gone. He's gone.
Alright, it's a duel.
So I don't use it for that at all.
Yeah, fair.
I was going to.
Okay.
I didn't bother with it at all.
Pilots ready.
New ones from,
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
So I'm going to hold off flying goggles till they come out.
Yeah, same.
Because supposedly on analog this supposed to be really good.
Whole shot Mish 2.99.
Just in case that could be a game changer. Even if you don't go HD, just as a goggle. So,
Mish 1 lap in 9.55. Kentucky 1 lap in 15.66. Mish 2 laps in 20.22. Kentucky 2 laps in 26.64. Mish 3 laps in 29.62. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.91.
Is it because the voltage is too low and you lose the power?
No, I think that was just me being an idiot, that one.
Yeah. It's a problem for the 4 cells battery.
Kentucky 3 laps in 34.52.
I think I cracked my PB by like 0.1.
Oh yeah, it's not great. You're really fast.
They were some of my better laps. I think the 9.55 was my fastest.
Yeah, I saw that.
Kentucky 3 laps in 40.13.
Kind of accept them. I know, I'm sure I can get
And then there's the walk style goggles, which are basically HCRs. But
Oh yeah.
Kentucky 3 laps in 50.46.
Everyone loves it, but then everyone I talk to, they talk about issues with firmware, this problem, that problem, and it doesn't sound like, it sounds more like what I'm like.
Kentucky 3 laps in 55.36.
That's what it sounds like to me. If I spend that much money, I want to be good. I don't want big goggles. I mean, at the moment, York is, so I'm probably the worst person.
60 seconds remaining. Kentucky 3 laps in 51.9.
They're the best looking goggles by far. But, having said that,
Kentucky 3 laps in 44.36.
you're wearing hatches, zeros, aren't you? Oh, two hatches, okay. Yeah.
30 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up, round 14 time trial 4, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on D2, Archmajo on F2.
Definitely not actually.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, but
Yeah, French companies. I'll use their stuff, but I use what work, you know what I mean? There's some things that work, you know what I mean? But it's just, I don't know, they're very, very strange people to deal with. Yeah. I don't know what deals with them. Like I said, we bought two of these, and we paid for them. We live in the union, that's what keep running big for the service. That's the only thing they go do. Seriously, I've just said that they're giving up buying a quarter second pair. But that's a pretty standard of business. You didn't give them to me, right? I bought a second pair. Yeah, but you took it for $100.
Let's do a video check.
Because they don't make too many.
Sure.
Wasn't sure if they got no video in the past.
people are doing it themselves.
Alright, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Braydon 3.34. Papa C 1 lap in 16.27. Archmajo 1 lap in 16.72. Papa C 2 laps in 28.33. Archmajo 2 laps in 32.46. Papa C 3 laps in 46.54. Braydon 1 lap in 49.66. Papa C 3 laps in 43.15. Papa C 3 laps in 43.45. Archmajo 3 laps in 71.31. Archmajo 3 laps in 71.77. Papa C 3 laps in 56.25. Archmajo 3 laps in 72.25. Papa C 3 laps in 56.14. 60 seconds remaining. Arch Majo 3 laps in 48.84. Papa C 3 laps in 55.56. Arch Majo 3 laps in 47.09. Papa C 3 laps in 36.3. 30 seconds remaining. Papa C 3 laps in 37.22. Arch Majo 3 laps in 47.05. 10 seconds remaining. Arch Majo 3 laps in 48.17. Finish your lap and then land. Arch Majo finished 3 laps in 47.71. Please land. Papa C finished 3 laps in 91.03. Please land.
How long do you reckon people are going to be finishing up?
For a little while.
A little while? Alright.
Yeah.
We need to get going. Yeah.
It's only batteries that are like around about 4 volts. I'll charge it I've got 7 batteries.
So you're buying all this?
8. Oh, well, as long as people I'll be here till the end, so.
Well, we gotta get going.
Yeah, no, at least another. Everyone's still pretty keen to keep going. So.
Race over. Next up, round 15 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, IQ 0 on R2, Godzilla on F4.
But they did that because you know, like the shortage of the
It was short, but they didn't.
They didn't say anything yet.
Like if you had a heads up, if someone comes up to you and says, "Oh, Joe, I bought you a new whatever," you'd be like,
Yeah.
It makes you look like an idiot too.
Yeah.
And I've been turning something that comes good, that really, you know what I mean? And all of a sudden, they don't know what I'm talking about. They all tend to be kind of strange. Like the boxes come a long way. They're probably like, you come through wrestling trying to produce a good product, which is good, you know what I mean? But they just got to stay on top of that. They can't sort of like establish themselves as a good brand now, which has worked so many years, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they stay on top of it, they'll do really well. But you just got to be careful not to do this sort of shit like that. Because the word gets around. I mean, people are going to say, "Oh, just back to Paul." They didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So I told them, how's that going to go down? Okay, anyone that's actually asked us is going to tell their friends, "Oh, by the way, they put this on this bullshit."
Yeah.
"Oh, I never thought of that." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I said, "Well, okay, you are going to get a bad rap from it. I'm not going to try to fix it. Because I didn't make this drama." You know what I mean? So, I mean,
yeah.
That's another reason mainly why I went to it.
At least they're trying.
We'll run it with one end. No, I've got the dual receivers. Two receivers.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.89. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.1. IQ 0 1 lap in 6.92. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.68. IQ 0 2 laps in 13.27. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.57. IQ 0 3 laps in 18.77. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.36. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.93. IQ 0 3 laps in 18.68. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.94. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.03. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 23.05. IQ 0 3 laps in 19.34. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 25.4. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 27.2. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 23.79.
5.66. Then Thomas knocks out a 5.9. 18.68. That is better than what I set before, sir. I gotta be happy. And I didn't crash.
Race over. Next up round 15 time trial 2, with Third Eye on F2, Marzi on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
Marzi's out. Two.
Okay. Could probably
squish him down.
Oh, next round. James. James has found his spot. Let's wait for James.
It's cool compared to all the things I've brought down.
You want me to go up first, Paul?
I'm going to watch right away, don't worry about it.
I'll wait.
Start off now.
Here we go.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
I got actually an 18.7 and then like an 18.8.
Whole shot BMS Paul 2.78. BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.46. Third Eye 1 lap in 13.06. BMS Paul 2 laps in 19.05. Third Eye 2 laps in 26.83. BMS Paul 3 laps in 28.08. Third Eye 3 laps in 35.95. Third Eye 3 laps in 32.54. Third Eye 3 laps in 27.76. BMS Paul 3 laps in 40.61. Third Eye 3 laps in 27.5.
That's the shaking squad. I think it'll be okay.
Was that he's making it noise?
Yeah, I was just checking it. If it's good, I can go back up again. Yeah. Is it okay? Okay, we're going up.
Let's do a couple more easy laps.
Sure.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 74.72. BMS Paul 3 laps in 77.54. BMS Paul 3 laps in 65.21. 60 seconds remaining.
That was good.
Race over. Next up round 15 time trial 3, with Mish on R2, Kentucky on F4.
Who's in the last group? Might be just
Me
you.
and Papa C.
Oh,
Me and let's see. That's a good line. The next rap song for FPV.
How many packs you got left on? Hey Tom, I mean, Ken, what are we calling this?
About 6 o'clock.
when we can't, when we run out of daylight.
Are we going all night?
Yep.
So do you want me to charge batteries? I'm serious.
You may do. You may need to put on LEDs as well.
How many packs you guys got, Dave? I'm done. Oh, you're done?
I'm ready.
Pilot's ready.
Yeah.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Oh, that sounds like a problem.
Whole shot Mish 3.16. Mish 1 lap in 6.77.
I don't think so.
Kentucky 1 lap in 15.16.
Ken, the track is all yours.
Kentucky 2 laps in 26.81. Kentucky 3 laps in 38.08.
You got this, Ken.
Kentucky 3 laps in 34.11. Kentucky 3 laps in 33.24. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.39. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.96. Kentucky 3 laps in 38.96. Kentucky 3 laps in 40.14. 60 seconds remaining.
Well done, Ken.
Sort of. Did I get a PB then, did I? Yep, you did.
See you guys.
See you, buddy.
Mish 1 lap in 135.91.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to rejig the grips again after this one.
Mish 2 laps in 145.58. 30 seconds remaining. Mish 3 laps in 155.53.
Oh, what the hell?
Dead.
Something went wrong.
Dead.
You see?
10 seconds remaining.
Through the right hand gate, and it's in the long grass just in front.
Finish your lap and then land.
Here's the maps pointed on. There it is.
Race over. Next up round 15 time trial 4, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on D2, Archmajo on F2.
I'll climb well and then drop Let's go. What are the times on that? Surely I did a 9 there.
There was 9s there for sure.
Yeah, 995, no.
967.
This one was not great.
135.91. That was a little rough. That.
It was funny because you like
It's
a
like
9
Paul's
second lap.
first
That's
one.
good, man. Another 9 second lap, it's like 100 and something.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. I didn't
Ken did
realise
his
that.
whole back, and then I'm like, I wasn't going to try and do it with a loose crop. Not at my pace. It wouldn't have handled that.
Is anyone like gone? Like, Joe's finished, yeah.
Maybe I can get my time. Is it just going to be... How many of us are there? Was it probably on 3 groups?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't want
That's
to
what I'm
do
thinking. Oh, it's ready.
Arm
Yeah, I
your
was just
quads.
looking at that.
Starting on the tone in less than 5.
Put Thomas in his own group.
In my group.
In your group.
Because my man looking at the batting beforehand.
Whole shot Archmajo 1.92.
Yeah, well, I'll have a look at it once.
Because if he's the only one going to be up there, and as soon as he finishes, I'll go on.
Is Gabe still here? Gabe?
No,
Oh,
Gabe's
Gabe's
finished,
gone.
yeah.
What about, is James backed up?
Yeah.
Papa C 1 lap in 16.52. Archmajo 1 lap in 19.23. Braydon 1 lap in 22.75. Archmajo 2 laps in 34.38. Papa C 2 laps in 40.56. Archmajo 3 laps in 51.16. Papa C 3 laps in 52.7. Papa C 3 laps in 41.34. Archmajo 3 laps in 48.07.
What was your best you've done at the moment today? Someone's got a 5 second lap, is that the week?
33.
Papa C 3 laps in 32.01.
What happened there?
No, it's alright, yeah, it's just...
Braydon 2 laps in 81.48. Archmajo 3 laps in 50.01.
That's really weird with that one there. Just the nothing screen.
Yeah.
Papa C 3 laps in 52.53.
I've gone to like remove him from the road and it's
Yeah.
no.
And it's weird because it puts the numbers up here, isn't it?
Yeah, widescreen. It's weird. Yeah, the
Papa
disco
C
effect
3
happening.
laps in 52.52. Archmajo 3 laps in 59.16.
Let me go to the song. That's a reminder though, I couldn't deal with it. It's just like,
60 seconds remaining. Papa C 3 laps in 44.68.
yeah, not sure. So
Archmajo 3 laps in 59.53.
It could be the VTX level is not.
Even the power output is slightly different, that would be the issue.
Oh, okay.
Because it's looking for a peak.
Okay.
And if your peak's higher or lower, it could be peaking other places.
Archmajo 3 laps in 58.2.
Or if it's too low, it's the other opposite where sometimes...
30 seconds remaining.
I'm gonna run now, guys. I'm late for where I need to be. It's worth it.
Which group is next?
Simish.
Which group is next?
First group.
First group.
Archmajo 3 laps in 54.86. Race over.
So Gabe is done. Mish is done.
The one that raced in Adelaide, yeah. It was literally just a unibody with top
Yeah, we've got to. Paul, you can go in the end of him.
I'm happy to go with them. I'll just wait till they finish their lap, that's all.
Yeah. So if you go in there, then we can just have 2 groups. Yeah. We'll have,
I didn't make it through it though this time. You're massive.
yeah. Same channel.
Tom, fly over here because I'm going to spot for you.
It's just 3 of yous.
What about you?
I'm in the next group. There's just only 2 groups now. That's right. It's only 7 years. Okay, different groups.
Next up, round 16 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, Godzilla on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
Just in case. I don't think I will, because the BTX I think is really clean.
No worries. Okay, pilot's ready. Paul's ready. Yeah, you're flying too. Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Pole shot BMS Thomas 1.79. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 6.65. Godzilla 1 lap in 7.9. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 12.5. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.64. Godzilla 2 laps in 19.83. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 17.85. Godzilla 3 laps in 27.25. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.08. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 17.97.
Yeah, Paul. 50 seconds. No, more. You got 2 minutes, over 2 minutes.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 13. BMS Paul 2 laps in 26.18. BMS Paul 3 laps in 34.91.
Damn it.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.49.
2 5.86s. Very crazy.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 26.66. BMS Paul 3 laps in 26.9. 60 seconds remaining.
26, 26, 26. 26.
Yeah, that was fast time. Okay, I'll be at least a bit.
Recurring.
Can I see the 3 lapper? What
What do I
does it
get
look
for my
like?
3 laps?
Yeah, you got, this is your 3 lapper.
Oh, that middle.
586. Yeah, oh,
No,
it's
no,
only.
my 3 lap. I don't care about his. Just show me the wrong one.
Inappropriate.
Okay,
Race over. Next up, round 16 time trial 2, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on R2, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4.
You still didn't get 3 5s?
No, I got 2. 26-1. I can't believe it.
Was your PB the one with the 2 5s?
Yeah, it's a 5.8.
What if I drove? Oh, I said they're still.
Well, I need 3 5. Or 3 5 5. That'd be awesome. I can't believe I set my fastest time when I was trying to chill. 2 more batteries then. Then do I chill or do I sleep?
Clearly chill, because you're going to set a fast
Yeah, whenever I...
Yeah, but it doesn't help me. I was asking you about the time.
You're over pushing again. Stop over pushing. I don't know. Wait, you know what? Whenever you do something...
Someone's going to have to start the race.
I'll start it.
Is it ready? Yep. Everybody's ready?
Everyone good to go?
With the Archmage. Hey,
Hurry
on
up,
a side
Kentucky.
Yeah.
note, as much as I've been pushing you really hard, you've set maybe 6 or 7 PBs across the whole day.
Okay.
As in, like, 3
Hurry
lappers
up,
that
Kentucky.
would be better than your previous. So you've done
Hurry
really
up,
well.
Kentucky. Hurry up, Kentucky. Hurry up, Kentucky.
God, a bit of bias here.
Hurry up Papa C. Hurry up Archmajo. Hurry up Braydon.
You need to hurry up everyone but
Yeah. Let me know when you guys are ready, okay?
You should be able to hurry up people that are not even in the race. That's the next feature.
Let me know when you're ready. Oh, go. Let him go? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 2.03. Kentucky 1 lap in 14.91. Papa C 1 lap in 12.82. Papa C 2 laps in 25.58. Kentucky 2 laps in 32.42. Braydon 1 lap in 35.51. Kentucky 3 laps in 44.62.
BMSTR on my channel.
PMS.
BMSTR.
BMSTR? That's not right.
Someone plug in.
Kentucky 3 laps in 41.88. Braydon 2 laps in 58.58. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.5.
Mine's off.
Kentucky 3 laps in 36.2.
What's out there?
In the landing zone.
Braydon 3 laps in 92.13. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.43.
Amateur. Well, mine's on mine. I'm happy.
Braydon 3 laps in 78.72. 60 seconds remaining.
It was Papa C who was having issues. Is he on R1 too?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm surprised you didn't.
So how were you flying at the beginning? And how was it?
I assume because of the direction of goggles.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Because I was watching you fly, the video looked alright, and your flyer, as soon as it crashed, that's when you said,
I looked out of the toilet, I'm like, what's that?
30 seconds remaining.
we're looking for your quad, I'm thinking nothing's powered. Then I look at the video,
Yeah, he's got directional, so like.
then I look at the video, and I realised I could see a cone. That's when I worked it out.
Head video until I.
Well, that's what I couldn't understand. I'm thinking nothing's powered. When you clearly showed me that was BMS, and I thought, that's not about quad.
10 seconds remaining.
And when I saw the cone, I thought, gosh, it's got to be out there.
Sorry.
I didn't stop it. It's just when I crashed.
You couldn't get back up.
Finish your lap and then land.
See you, Thomas.
Bye-bye,
Is
Gabe.
it just one more group now, or what happens? There's not just two groups.
I don't get to watch you, but
I'll show
There's
you
a replay.
see a video tonight or tomorrow, so
no.
I'm pretty quick with those edits.
Yeah, I gotta get onto edits.
Dirty quad.
So it's Group A now again?
Yep.
Thomas video is the easy one.
Race over.
I can do those ones.
Next up round 17 time trial 1. With BMS Thomas on R1. Godzilla on F4. BMS Paul on R8.
I'm not glad they're
Oh, I'm in this
yeah.
group.
I gotta get onto it.
Just send me the footage. I'll make your video.
Yeah.
I literally would.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
I can do it pretty quickly, and you know I've got plenty of. They take me an hour maybe to make on video, so it's not that bad. Mix some clips together. But you is even better. You usually
I
just
see
do
one
pack.
video, yeah. I don't do a whole bunch. Only if it's like I'm trying to catch up on time. I'll do a whole bunch.
Yeah, so it's even easier. You have one pack, like
Just one
an
flight
intro
start to
thing,
finish.
an outro thing,
Yeah.
some music, and pretty much done.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks
nice.
everyone. Bye.
See you, Gabe. No worries.
So they 3 hours of finding music
See
and
ya.
then like 10 minutes of editing.
Yeah, fair enough. See you, Craig.
Wow, you're so fancy.
You gonna fly it again? Yeah.
Hurry up BMS Paul. Hurry up BMS Thomas.
Just so Godzilla's not
Hurry
there.
up Godzilla.
Do you want me to start the race?
Sure. Why not?
All pilots ready? I've got video too, good. Okay, I've hit start.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot BMS Thomas 1.81. BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.3. Godzilla 1 lap in 8.07. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 13.7. Godzilla 2 laps in 15.52. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 19.79. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.56. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.43. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.27.
It really hurts.
That was a hard one.
BMS Paul 1 lap in 10.05.
Ah, he did what I did. He copied me. What does he do to design this track?
BMS Paul 2 laps in 24.39.
Oh.
Dad, stop copying me. Do you know how to turtle mode?
Oh, he's got like a VTOL.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 50.7. BMS Paul 3 laps in 50.04.
Yeah, that's that floppiness. That's the throttle jamming.
60 seconds remaining. BMS Paul 3 laps in 47.97.
One throttle. Don't change the throttle. Don't change the throttle. Keep it the same. Keep it the same. That was better.
BMS Paul 3 laps in 30.79.
You change throttle. You let go
Oh,
of the
that's what I
throttle.
reckon.
If I force yourself
BMS Paul 3 laps in 35.47. 30 seconds remaining.
way too aggressive. Yeah, even me, like
I only back off when I'm going to hit something.
It just needs to be
half the
this.
time.
Just a little bit. Like if you think about the thrust changes,
Race over. Next up round 17 time trial 2, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on R2, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4.
back down from like if they're flying at full throttle, they're back down to 50. Yeah, you could just bring it down to like 80. And but it's I don't even do it myself.
I see what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Don't forget it.
Then do it again.
Thank you, Paul. I mean, look, I've improved my time. I just haven't improved my position on the leaderboard.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I improved it by over a second, but the gap to 7th from me is even more than over a
So
second.
you've flown really well, improved heaps, but not actually improved kind of.
Look, I'm still very happy with it. They're not flying good.
Yeah. If you put it in perspective, you know what I mean? You've got the 8th fastest time on the leaderboard. That's pretty damn good in my books. It looks like I should be safe now in top 22.
Yeah, I can't
see myself getting knocked out now. It's unlikely.
Well, no, there's no more qualifiers, is there?
I don't think so.
No, I think the last one.
Yeah. So I think I'm 20 something. What am I? You know, 31st or something like that.
Yeah, might be. I don't know.
Everyone ready to go?
Ready? Yeah.
Okay, just before we start.
Hurry up, Kentucky.
Okay, you good to go? Oh, you know this one, Arch?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot braid on 2.77. Braid on 1 lap in 11.25. Kentucky 1 lap in 13. Papa C 1 lap in 13.14. Braid on 2 laps in 22.45. Kentucky 2 laps in 24.41. Papa C 2 laps in 26.95. Braid on 3 laps in 35.44. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.6. Papa C 3 laps in 39.42. Braid on 3 laps in 35.09. Kentucky 3 laps in 33.79. Papa C 3 laps in 38.67. Braid on 3 laps in 34.97. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.43. Papa C 3 laps in 37.26. Braid on 3 laps in 32.98. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.47. Papa C 3 laps in 36.11. Kentucky 3 laps in 35.2. Papa C 3 laps in 35.87. Kentucky 3 laps in 34.78. Papa C 3 laps in 35.16. Kentucky 3 laps in 37.82. 60 seconds remaining. Kentucky 3 laps in 43.12. Seconds remaining.
Well, then you'll know if you start playing Velocity, you see him in the leaderboards. So you'll see.
10 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up, round 18 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, Godzilla on F4, BMS Paul on R8.
I went out to Melbourne Central and didn't party, but I party. Here we go. Let's do this. Yeah. Oh, that's out of batteries.
Oh, okay.
Should we do a half-half? So we don't
Yeah.
do you want to go first? Yeah. You'll have more battery then.
This is my last battery.
Same.
Hurry up, Godzilla.
Jinxed it now. That body's going to explode.
And then the other fight did it when he got set apart.
finishing on a high.
He's promised he's not gonna crash.
So that's probably not a good promise to make.
You good?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, well, go. I'm waiting for you.
Is time running?
I'm waiting for you to put your goggles on.
No, go to stage.
I
Yes,
know,
yes.
I'm waiting for you to put your goggles on.
You go first, or you explode, Tom. No, kidding.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Godzilla 4.49. Godzilla 1 lap in 13.66.
God, he's come so good, isn't he? Because he hasn't flown for so long. Cannot believe how much he's improved.
Godzilla 2 laps in 21.69.
You never forget, someone's having a bit of a break.
Godzilla 3 laps in 29.73.
Oh.
Godzilla 3 laps in 26.66. Godzilla 3 laps in 28.09.
Just that some of them are really sad.
Godzilla 3 laps in 28.45.
Just why it's too long, I'm not looking at me voltage.
Godzilla 3 laps in 27.11.
No hurry. Every week, it's like all over the place with one, and better and better.
BMS Thomas 1 lap in 7.76. BMS Thomas 2 laps in 14.16. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 20.36. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.94. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.76. 60 seconds remaining. BMS Thomas 3 laps in 18.68.
He crashed! He crashed! He promised he wasn't going to crash. It was a promise, mate. You're not supposed to go that high on a race day. Yeah, but there could be a thing above you.
Pattern fly.
There isn't, Bob. I know.
But still, you end up with a personal best.
30 seconds remaining.
PV'd the first.
Wait, did I? I don't
Yeah.
think so. No, I think mine's just stuck on purple. It's just been staying on purple the whole day.
Race over.
Well, Thomas.
Next up, round 18 time trial 2, with Papa C on R1, Braydon on R2, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4.
I don't care what we told.
I can't remember.
I didn't get my time anyway. But I did jump about 4 positions forward.
Yeah. Not me. I'm trying to get it. What's the
You've got this, Ken.
There it is over here. Okay.
Yeah, I'll start us. It's all right.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Braydon 2.42. Braydon 1 lap in 11.73. Kentucky 1 lap in 14.93. Papa C 1 lap in 12.21. Archmajo 1 lap in 17.07. Braydon 2 laps in 24.96. Kentucky 2 laps in 25.77. Papa C 2 laps in 29.63. Archmajo 2 laps in 32.62. Papa C 3 laps in 42.83. Archmajo 3 laps in 45.73.
Yeah, we're right on top of each other.
Archmajo 3 laps in 44.95.
One good lap, those 10-second laps.
Archmajo 3 laps in 44.59.
Maybe, yeah.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting tangled up.
Hey, yo,
Nah. Somehow I don't think so, Craig. We're out.
60 seconds remaining.
Never give up. No. Took part of the game.
Oh, no, he's got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wrong way. That way.
Archmajo 3 laps in 91.1. 30 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 91.89. 10 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 93.61. Finish your lap and then land. Archmajo finished 3 laps in 50.78. Please land.
Telemetry bar.
I feel the same. I cleaned all mine up last week.
Yeah. Oh, well, they get another thing now because I'm going to fix up that wire.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, that makes me more. Really?
Yes. It's very. Yeah. Yeah, it should be alright. Yeah. It's because it's finished. It's sort of dull, but it's. It is there.
Race over. Next up, round 19 time trial 1, with BMS Thomas on R1, Godzilla on F4.
Hey? No? Ah, gee. I'm going up.
Does anyone get a scissors? Do you have a scissors?
Scissors?
Yeah.
I've got like
cutters.
Oh yeah, cutters.
Change props. Props are fine. Well, should we? We should separate the groups, I think. What do you think?
Whatever.
So we'll just go move, you and me. How's that?
You're just going to send the full list of the times, aren't you, to Timmy?
Yeah.
We don't have to do anything, do we?
Don't have to do anything.
Thank you, Ken. You're a gentleman.
I already did send him some, just to sort of make it easier.
Yeah.
I'll be busy tonight, I think, going over everyone's time. Bloody 19 rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely find, there's a certain amount of attacks you can do, and then you just can't. It should be a fuck. Smooth as far.
Let me know when you're good.
Was it just Ken in this one? Or?
And me. You good there, Ken?
Yeah, I'm good.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Kentucky 3.95. Kentucky 1 lap in 13.5. Papa C 1 lap in 12.63. Papa C 2 laps in 27.72. Kentucky 2 laps in 29.58. Kentucky 3 laps in 39.93. Papa C 3 laps in 39.29. Papa C 3 laps in 39.94.
What was these qualifiers? Destroy all your quads before the national. To rebuild.
Papa C 3 laps in 36.64.
Yeah, well, how many of us are hanging around for more? Like, as long as it's good.
Papa C 3 laps in 41.1.
That sounds like a loose prop there. I mean, as long as it's...
Papa C 3 laps in 39.46.
I've got 3 packs. You've got a very loose prop there. Mark's probably got a heap of packs.
Papa C 3 laps in 39.73.
I can keep on going until the nightfall.
You've been having too much fun today, Mark.
Yeah, I'm happy to do another 3 more.
60 seconds remaining. Race over. Next up, round 19 time trial 2, with Braydon on R2, Archmajo on F2.
Oh, let's just use on our way
4 o'clock, almost on the dot. Okay, pilots ready.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot braid on 2.67. Braid on 1 lap in 11.41. Arch Majo 1 lap in 17.56. Braid on 2 laps in 27.26. Arch Majo 2 laps in 33.29. Braid on 3 laps in 44.12.
Thank you.
It's been a long day. Thank you guys.
I can share this with you. This is the last one.
We're all thoroughly sick of this track now, so we don't have to do it.
I don't want to see it again.
Yeah, until next year.
It's a very
Arch
good
Majo
track.
3 laps in 58.36.
At the 2 days of it, we did it at the
Braid on 3 laps in
You
56.33.
should be sick of the qualifying track.
let's go.
Alright guys.
Arch Majo 3 laps in 57.38.
He's not going to cruise it anytime soon.
Hopefully I'll have it back next time I see you in 2 weeks. Yes, definitely.
Is that?
Yeah, Tuesday was taken in, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Hopefully 2 to 3 weeks. So, yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
See ya.
I think that just forgot that. I could have charged some up by now.
You could have.
Gone back out.
Yeah.
Far out.
I'm just balancing those ones.
60 seconds remaining. Race over.
9. If he's got 9, I'm charging up more.
Oh my god. I think Craig's happy. Yeah, Craig's got heaps as well. So maybe 9's a bit much, but I don't know. I've got 3.
Alright, well, if you guys are actually going to do a few more packs, I'll pick shots.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's like more than 2. Like, it's only a small track, so don't worry.
It depends on my remote turns back on.
Yeah. That's important.
Next up round 20 time trial 1, with Papa C on R1, Kentucky on F4.
You good?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 3.2. Papa C 1 lap in 12.2. Kentucky 1 lap in 12.6. Kentucky 2 laps in 25.31. Papa C 2 laps in 32.25. Kentucky 3 laps in 36.33.
You did it once, you went back and did it again. This time you did it properly.
Kentucky 3 laps in 35.18.
I did a year, I got out of it. Yep. Well, I saw that and it said, I think Ken decided that he wanted to get the same guy. But I think you're I'm dead. I'm dead. Crazy. And a couple of others, one, two,
Race over.
just like submerged, yeah, in water. It's getting, yeah, submerged upside down. I'll do one more, just burn off the end of this pack. Yeah, keep going. I need to wash my port again.
Next up, round 20 time trial 2, with Braydon on R2, Archmajo on F2.
Finished? Yeah, yeah.
I think I'm the only one going.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Archmajo 6.41. Archmajo 1 lap in 21.04. Archmajo 2 laps in 37.42. Archmajo 3 laps in 53.19. Archmajo 3 laps in 48.3. Archmajo 3 laps in 50.04. Archmajo 3 laps in 52.19. 60 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 56.51.
After this.
30 seconds remaining. Archmajo 3 laps in 63.71.
See you next time.
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, James.
Race over. Finish your lap and then land. Next up, round 21 time trial 1, with Godzilla on
All
F4.
yours, James.
I think I'm just getting slower, so I may as well call it.
Yeah, it seems to be that way, doesn't it?
Is anyone going up with me?
No, just you. We're too scared of your speed.
Are you going up again, Ken?
Yeah. I'm happy to keep going a little bit longer. I don't know why. My quad still works. Why would I not? I know. That's crazy.
I left it then, and I left another 30.
Wow. When you're ready. Yes, there will be timing.
Arm your
Plenty of
quads.
time, so you don't have to go.
Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Godzilla 1.54. Godzilla 1 lap in 19.34. Godzilla 2 laps in 26.96.
That wasn't a good hit.
Race over.
So, Craig, done?
Next up, round 21 time trial 2, with Papa C on R1, Archmajo on F2, Kentucky on F4.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh dear. Use the bathroom, we'll wash it off, I think.
out yet. Yeah. And it's all it stays on, hopefully. Okay, pilot's ready? Okay.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 3.95. Papa C 1 lap in 13.59. Kentucky 1 lap in 14.68. Papa C 2 laps in 24.89. Kentucky 2 laps in 25.56.
I think you're pushing it too hard there.
Papa C 3 laps in 40.23.
Let's go all out. I'm always going wide. I'm hitting the other side of the gate. The other side of this time I hit the inside of the gate. So you get things up a bit. Yeah, no, it's past the stage where beyond tired.
Papa C 3 laps in 44.94. Papa C 3 laps in 45.08. Papa C 3 laps in 40.1.
That was a PB for your single lap. Yeah. 10.36.
10?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Papa C 3 laps in 41.63. Papa C 3 laps in 41.6. 60 seconds remaining.
Oh! Wow! That's got to be broken.
You can turtle out of that. It's not a problem.
30 seconds remaining. Papa C, race over.
Did you go straight into the fence crate?
No, I hit the gate and then from the gate into the fence.
Went from the gate into the fence to
Yeah. Nothing broken.
Did it spin up?
Yeah.
I folded a prop. I've never folded a prop like that before.
Holy cow. I've never seen a prop like that folded before.
I folded a prop. one bloke come up.
It doubled right back on itself.
Can I do a hover test quickly? Yeah.
Pretty tough, right? Like it's...
That is one folded prop.
Oh, okay, it's tucked it under.
Really?
Sounded made.
Maybe I shouldn't have gone up against Ray. I have 10. Tempted to vote reverse. Ready? Oh,
You go back up, Ken?
yeah, sure.
I just got to change the prop. Fell off.
Yeah.
hopefully it's just mud on the ESC. It'll work after a wash.
Hopefully.
This is a brand new
How'd you go with that one that was like a mud friggin' mud
that's
pie?
This one.
That's that one.
I had to put brand new ESC in.
Oh crap.
This is that brand new ESC.
Oh wow. Charging.
I wanted a 10-second lap. I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Well done.
But you prefer to have the 10-second lap not crash into the gate as you actually do the 10 seconds. Because that way you can put something else on the end of it. Yeah, 11. 11.4 or something like that. As much as I have packs to fly, the brain's not cooperating.
You need to learn to concentrate on that's why I'm pushing it. Like,
Yeah.
just doing lots and lots so I can concentrate more.
Next up round 22 time trial 1, with Papa C on R1, Kentucky on F4.
So you... What's wrong with it? I was a late starter though. Yep. Took me a little while. Yeah. Okay, you ready to go?
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 3.52. Papa C 1 lap in 12.5. Kentucky 1 lap in 13.88. Papa C 2 laps in 23.75. Kentucky 2 laps in 27.67.
You smoked a lot.
Oh my god.
Sorry? You smoked a lot. Was that you over there?
No, that was Ken.
Oh, yeah,
That was me. Yes.
60 seconds remaining.
Hey, just gonna flatten this battery a little bit more.
Stop it and start a new round. If I stop and start a new round, then you get the full three minutes for time.
Have you got another quad?
Race over.
You want another time trial? Because I can put you up for the next one. No. Crazy day.
Next up, round 23, time trial 1. Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5.
It's burning off the rest of the battery, but we may as well let's get timing for it.
Whole shot Papa C 2.57. Papa C 1 lap in 11.98. Papa C 2 laps in 23.1. Papa C 3 laps in 35.62. Papa C 3 laps in 34.95.
I'm glad I turned the timing system on for it.
Papa C 3 laps in 35.11.
34.95, so you just beat the 35. Yep.
Yeah.
Totally worth it.
Is that everyone?
I think that's everyone.
Start packing up.
You had enough, Mark? One more? Sure. Why not?
Yeah, go ahead.
Race over. Next up, round 24, time trial 1, with Papa C on R1.
What's good time?
2 weeks is it round 2 of us?
Could be.
MMRC, is that what it is?
Could be. I know it's not this week.
It's the 7th. The 7th of August.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got one viewer. Yeah. No rush, take your time.
Arm your quads. Starting on the tone in less than 5. Whole shot Papa C 3.34.
That's the next feature, Dan. Arm your quad.
Papa C 1 lap in 12.48. Papa C 2 laps in 24.32. Papa C 3 laps in 35.66. Papa C 3 laps in 44.3. Papa C 3 laps in 41.46. Papa C 3 laps in 53.61. Papa C 3 laps in 48.52. Papa C 3 laps in 34.71.
Are you a pilot or an astronaut? Past your peak.
Yep. Should have given up.
Right, that's it. We're all done.
60 seconds. Race over.
Totally sick of the track.